Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Hello there and welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is Souq Podcast, and here at this very moment, at this very time, you're witnessing history being made. It is the official inauguration of the Souq conglomerate, as you were, talking about Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM here, smack in the middle of the central business district of the Lagos metropolis in Nigeria. And of course, as you know, what we represent is value, essentially. So it's value exchange going on here, business, economy, and development. We're all about the upgrades, upgrading you as an individual, upgrading your business, and making it a better version of itself in the moment. And of course, we're committed to the overall development and growth of our dear nation, Nigeria. We're also very big on Pan-Africanism. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Chidu, and as I said a moment ago, this is the official launch. It's a momentous event, dare I say, here in Lagos, and we are going to be talking to a couple of fantastic guests joining us today. But I'm going to start with someone whom I don't consider a guest per se, but I consider a friend of the house. He's a legend, he's a veteran in the industry, talking about broadcasting, by the way, but he is retired. In other words, he's hung his boots. We're being joined, it's our pleasure, by the way, to be joined this morning for the launch of Souq News TV and the Isle FM by Mr. Bayo Oluwake. He joins us this morning. Mr. Bayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
Yes, indeed, and we love to, see more of this happen so that you can visit us. I'm not talking about the launch, but of course, more reasons to celebrate so that you can, join us, grace us with your presence. But very quickly, Mr. Oluwake, let's talk about your relationship with the Souq, establishment. So far, what's it been like from the very first encounter or the very first experience to this very moment?
Well, I think first of all that the concept behind Souq TV, I think is a very good concept. The focus on business news and to deliver business news in a way that it resonates with virtually everyone. Otherwise, people tend to think when you do business news, it's for a specific audience. But we all are engaged in business, from the market woman to the corporate bodies and those listed on the stock exchange. And then, of course, you also cover, other aspects of news. So I think it's quite a good concept. And I think as well that pioneering broadcasting online and doing it in such a professional way, I think it's also worth commending. So I am looking forward to Souq influencing the landscape, in a very positive way.
Speaking about influencing the landscape, we are, in case you didn't know, well, now you know because I'm telling you, we are we're an audio-visual broadcast outfit. So what you see on television, hear on radio, what you hear on radio, you see on television. So there is a marriage of sorts or a synchronization of sorts. So that is why we are indeed true pioneers. Mr. Bayo, very quickly again before you go join the contingent of guests inside. What are your expectations as far as today's launch is concerned? Because essentially we are setting the pace for what you have already outlined and what we stand for. But you've come here certainly with some expectations. What are those?
Well, my expectation is to get to understand more of what the editorial policy will be. And within that context, I will be looking forward to a vibrant broadcasting footprint, especially that would affirm that we led and we pioneered broadcasting on the continent of Africa. A lot of people have forgotten that. The old WNTV, WNBS. So I'm looking forward to seeing Souq, helping us to re-establish and reaffirming that broadcasting began from here by way of quality presentation and an editorial policy that takes care of a wide segment of the listening and viewing population.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Bayo, for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Still Souq podcast, we've just had the pleasure of talking with Mr. Bayo Oluwake, who's a veteran journalist, retired, albeit. Of course, we're going to bring you more of these conversations with other guests joining us today. Stay with us.
As you know, it's a great day for us here at Souq News TV and the Isle FM 104.9. We have Ambassador Godiu Didi, the CEO of Mindset Media. So it's a place where media establishments have come to felicitate with their own as we launch our stations today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
You've been part of the history because you're a regular face here at Souq News TV. You've often come, being part of the process, see how it goes. How do you feel on this day that it's gotten to this level where we open our doors officially?
I can say I'm elated. I'm also flabbergasted because the man, the CEO, is a man of vision, and I know how you guys started. I've been part and parcel of it, and I'm very proud of the station launching today. That's why I'm here.
All right, so there are expectations from Souq News TV and the Isle FM. What are some of the expectations that you personally have for this media outfit?
Yes, the expectation I'm having right away is that this TV Souq News must do something unique, something different from other TV stations, because everyone that is here, particularly all the team, they work in one TV station or the other radio station. So they are coming out with all the ideas. They need to pick up, they need to do things that are different, because at this moment, TV station has changed. We're in a digital era, we're in artificial intelligence, a lot of things are happening. So Souq News is coming out to do that. You know, we have one particular channel in Nigeria what we call CNN, but now this time around we are having another one that's beyond CFB. So I'm expecting a lot of things to come up. And with the setup like this, too, from the entrance of Souq News shows that there's a global reach.
Now you also have your own media outfit, but why did you choose to befriend this media outfit? It must be something that you've seen that makes you feel, oh, this is something that I have to be a part of. Do you mind sharing?
Yes, it's very, very important, because collaboration is very important. We all learn from each other. I'm coming from an environment where we celebrate people, and this TV is among the people. In fact, I'm one of those who have been celebrating it for the past 1 month about this launching on my platform, which everybody is saying it. So we need to collaborate. We are learning from each other. He learns from me, I also learn from him too, and everybody here. So it's very, very important. Collaboration makes business grow. But in Africa, we don't understand, especially in Nigeria, we don't understand what we call collaboration. We see collaboration as competition, and that is why I'm proud and parcel of this TV station.
You know, we can say this is our naming ceremony. When you give birth to a baby,
yes,
after some days, you call for the naming and people can actually see the baby.
Yes.
So on our naming ceremony, what advice do you have for us? What wish do you have for Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM?
Yes, my advice is that you guys have launched in a bigger way, and it's a teamwork, because this is a new baby, and a new baby must take time to grow. So there should be the teamwork. Everybody should work as a teamwork. Everybody should look as though I'm working for this, I'm working for myself. Work for the business to grow. That is my advice.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Godi Odide, who has come to be part of the Epoch ceremony today. He's the CEO of Mindset Media. We appreciate your time with us here.
Thank you. Thank you.
The fun continues. We continue to bring you sights and sounds of today's ceremony here at Souq News TV, and the Isle 104.9 is our launch. Ambassador Kino Kabiriwa has joined me here in set today. He's a man of many cops, as he says, and his profile is quite huge. I'll leave him to introduce himself to you because he knows himself more than you and I. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Well,
so
like
let's know your many cops and colors.
Well, my name is Kino Aaron. That's the one I didn't tell you. Aaron Kabiriwa. Like I said, I'm a friend of the house. I can tell you from when this idea was conceptualized, when it was vetted, and then eventually to what we have gathered here to do today.
So now, this from the birth process to when, from the conception to when it's been birthed, how do you feel? What's in your mind right now?
Well, like I said, this is a dream come true, number one. Number two, you see ideas turn to reality. And if you know your chairman, Victor Walsh, is a man that is pregnant with a lot of things. And so even from the brainstorming sessions to what eventually has given birth, you know, it's just like a seed you sow. It dies first, and then when it's germinating, before it becomes a full-fledged product or whatever you call it. So the idea about the Souq It's basically something he's nurtured for quite some time. He's always wanted to be in the media. I've known him for over 30 years, so you can understand what I'm saying.
Okay, two things from what you said. One, you've brainstormed about this with the CEO of Souq News TV and I 104.9, and you also mentioned media. So the job of the media is to inform people so they can be empowered. And here on Souq News TV and even the I will brainstorm on what could bring about development in Africa. What would you want to say to viewers, listeners of Souq News TV and the island, even government agencies and businesses regarding partnering with the station to do the job or to achieve the overall goal?
If I scratch that back, I'm sure we're going to stay here for the next 1 hour.
Let's try and see where it takes us.
But however, again, I can't say better than to give him credit. Yes, I know first is to give God the credit. But for who he is and the idea behind what today we're celebrating and why we're gathered here today, Walsh has always been somebody who always wants to do something different. I mean, even if you say, hey, let's do a television station, he wanted Souq to be one of the first in the class of Bloomberg, one of the first business television you can be thinking about. It's like saying, hey, how do we break through the ice? Let's do something different. And so, of course, the radio station, the Isle FM as well. So you can imagine that for the first time, I mean, two things are being merged together. So if I want to talk to viewers today, first and foremost is, anything you can't define, you cannot confront. And anything you can't confront, you can't defeat. This is a defeated position already. And if you talk to him now, he's already thinking ahead. And I repeat, anything you can't define. So first and foremost, this is a definition of a dream. And so that has also come to existence now. And he has confronted it with everything. And today, I can tell you, he has conquered this edge, this part at this moment.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Aaron. I picked that.
That's why you want to pick.
Yes. Kinu Kabira, thank you so much
for
being here today, from the dream process to when that dream has become a reality.
Thank you so much.
And I know very much that you wish as well.
Thank you so much.
I love it when a lady joins me in set because I get to say, yay, someone from my constituency is right here. So you know, ladies, we're never out of the celebration, we're never out of the show. So I have with me here Ambassador N.D. Peters. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
It's glad to have you here. I'm great. Today feels like Christmas for me.
Yeah, I feel the same way too. And I'm happy to be here because the MD or CEO of Souq
the CEO
TV
president
is my brother.
Oh.
And this is a great milestone for the family. And he's a great man that you would always want to be in his presence, and his drive to impact lives was what led to this. You know, so I hope to see, no, I'm not hoping, I know I'm going to see Souq TV all over the world, you know, being maybe on YouTube, from any channel, you know, I want to see Souq TV out there.
So apart from what your brother, who happens to be the CEO of Souq News TV and the Isle FM, has told you, what are the things you know about Souq News TV? Share with us some of our exploits that you know.
The passion you have for news delivery is great. You know, I've been following you, Souq TV, on YouTube, and I know there is a lot that you guys are going to achieve. Okay, let me say, I'm not going to say you guys. I know there's a lot we are going to achieve in terms of good news reportage, you know, good development news, just everything that the people want to see. Then talking about entertainment, I know Souq TV is there because the president is gifted. He knows what to do, and I believe he has the right crew to work with. So
You do know your brother.
yeah, I know he has the right crew to work with. So I bet beyond the skies will be the limit for him.
It's great having you, Ambassador Andy
Andy.
Peters. Apart from you being family member, you're also a great fan of Souq News TV, and I will appreciate you for it. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
It's not every day a great man like Captain Dadani Labinger joins you on set. He's here courtesy the official launch of Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Blessing.
Blessing.
Thank you. All right, so he's the managing director of Marina Law Chamber, and as someone who is the managing director of a law chamber, not just anyone, Marina Law Chamber, you know that he has wealth of knowledge and expertise when we talk about business. So now you've come to the launch of a business-centric station, not just one but two, a business-centric TV station and a business-centric radio station. Tell us what your expectations are, what you hope to see from these two outfits.
Thank you very much, and let me join your millions of patronizers and customers to say congratulations on your establishment. I wish you, like I just told your MD, I wish you great success. What do I expect of a television station? What do I expect of a radio station? There are not too many things you expect from a radio station, a television station. You expect one, information. Information. You must be able to give us information on current issues, on issues that are, that are making the track, on matters of general interest. We need information. We need education. Education. You need to dig deep and let us have education as part of your direction. And of course, entertainment. These are the three areas I will, admonish you to look into very seriously. You should be telling our stories. We've had for so long others telling our stories for us. And with your establishment, I will expect that you will be telling our stories for those who don't know about it. And that is it. You talk about me. I served in the Nigerian Navy, and at the expiration of my time with Nigerian Navy, I set up my own shipping company. So I am into commerce by sea. You understand? So I know what it means to have good and relevant and timely information. I know what it means for us to be educated on things we should know about, on things we do not know about, which we should know about. And of course, as a sailor, I like to be entertained. And these are the requirements from you going forward.
I want to assure you, Captain Dadani Labijo, that you would not be disappointed at all. And we're honored by your presence here. As you enjoy the rest of the day today, I know that you will enjoy every time you spend watching Souq News TV and listening to the I Radio.
Thank you very much.
There are more dignitaries coming your way today. Please stay with us on the Souq podcast as we bring to you the official launch of Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM. Distinguished lady joined me after Captain Niyi Labijo left, and she is Adora Okolo, part owner of New Life Funeral Home. Well, you may say, don't mention death. They say death is inevitable, but we do pray that it comes at a very good old age when one has lived a fulfilled life, and maybe in a fulfilled society. Ideally, we should have a society where everyone living in it can say, yes, this works. Everything that should work is working. Thank you so much for gracing this event with your presence.
You're welcome.
And your name sounds familiar. It rings a bell in my head. So I need to ask you, do you have anyone within the Souq and I family?
Yes, my son.
Mommy's come to celebrate with her son. Now that says a lot. That says a lot. It says that you believe in your son. You believe in what he's doing, and that's why you've come here to see what's going on where he works. And today happens to be our official launch. Tell me some stories that your son shared with you when he returns home from work.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. He's always been interested in the camera. And when he comes to ask how was today, sometimes very tough day today. We worked from morning till night. We're doing this, we're doing that. And I said, well, that's why I'm happy he's learning also, and he's happy. I think he enjoys his job.
That's great to know. So now that you're here, you've spent some minutes here.
Yeah.
What have you said about Souq News TV and the Isle FM? What are you hoping that you see come out of this establishment?
Okay. In Nigeria today, you know the way the country is. Things are tough and people are always having a negative view of this country. My prayer and my hope is that everything will change and that an organization like Souq News will be able to help project Nigeria in a positive light, get involved in the aspects of the society. I mean, a lot of the young people need to learn a lot of things. I don't know, maybe my era is different. You know, they tell you the people of these days, they think differently, they act differently. But there are some things that I think they could learn from a radio station, TV station. I understand your emphasis is on business and economy, development, and those are very important things, you know, to make the whole society grow. I don't know.
And the good thing is that we're also bringing together families. See how from your son, you've also become a family member.
Okay, thank you. I'm accepting that.
We like that you're here, and we'll hope to see more of you on other celebrations, because trust me, there'll be milestones to celebrate about the Souq News TV and the Isle FM. Thank you, Mal, for your time.
Okay, and my prayer is that you grow big and in every city of this country.
Say big amen to that. The celebration continues today.
You're still watching Souq podcast, and today, of course, you're witnessing history being made as the 30th of January 2025. It is the official launch of the Souq and Isle establishment. I'm talking about Souq News Television and the Isle FM 104.9 here in the city of Lagos. Make no mistakes, we are smack in the middle of the CBD here on the Mariana. And of course, as I said earlier, it's history being made. It's a momentous event. We've been waiting for it, with bated breath, and it's finally here. And, there's an array of fantastic guests joining us today, and I'm with one of them who is indeed a veteran in the industry, who is an esteemed guest joining us this morning. I'm talking about a Nollywood actor rather, and a filmmaker in the person of Mr. Raphael Lee. Nice to have you join us, Raphael.
Good to be here. It's good to be here.
Part of what's going on today. And just so you know, Mr. Raphael is not a stranger per se. He's a friend of the house. In fact, the friendest friend of the house. It's nice to have you again.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Fantastic stuff.
I'm so happy to be alive today.
Fantastic stuff. So, tell us your experience so far with the Souq and Isle family, because I know that you are a very, very good friend of the house, and you've been with us for since the beginning up until this moment. So, what's the experience been like so far?
Okay, like you said, it's a family, a very big one, and I am telling you, this is like a very big dream, not just a dream, but a very big dream come true. Right from the inception of this dream, I have been intimated with it, and sometimes, I keep telling Sir Victor, the chairman, that it's good to dream, but some dreams seems to me so tall and then so scary. But he is someone that he doesn't take I can't do it for an answer. Even from my personal relationship with him, he doesn't want me to call him and talk about negativities or things that are problems, or how do you solve this? How do you go from here? Just believe it is true. And so you see, from the achievements of his, I believe that if you dream it, you can have it. You can live it, you can achieve it. And this is what we are saying today, and it's a big family. I'm telling you, almost everybody here is like a family. Sometimes I say, let me just come and resume here as a staff and come in every day too. But I also have my own locations to go and all that. But I'm very happy. One of the happiest actually, aside from being my mentor, so to say. He's also a big brother. He's also a brother. And I am telling you, I have learned a whole lot from this company, a whole lot. Coupled with the fact that this is an event that at a point you think it will not happen, but it has happened, and I'm happy, and I know you're happy too.
I am absolutely happy. And in case you're wondering who Mr. Raphael here is referring to, he's talking about the head honcho, the man at the center of this event, the man who's responsible for all that's going on here, talking about our very own boss, our CEO of Femi Walsh Media, owner of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM, including ADSC, Africa Development Study Center, person, Ambassador Victor Femi Walsh. He is the reason why all of this is possible and the reason why all of this is happening. Now back to you, Mr. Ryan. what we stand for, business development and economy. You are a filmmaker.
Yeah.
You are an actor in an industry that is thriving, very much so, in Nigeria, in Africa, even globally. Because you have the Nollywoods of the world, you have the Bollywoods of the world, then you have Nollywood, of course. So it's a huge market, and what we stand for is market, because Souq is Arabic for market, and we are all about adding value to businesses. So what sort of relationship do you think that there could be going forward as far as this organization is concerned with the likes of your industry, talking about Nollywood and the wider development sector of the country?
Okay, so you see, basically, I'm actually in talk with the chairman on how, we have the Souq News, now we have the ILFM, so we're also looking at probably having an entertainment section where what we do is to produce movies. Okay, so aside from that, I also see us creating a lot of airtime where we promote our jobs. We just have a belt where all we do is to promote jobs. So having sold this thing out to people out there, filmmakers out there, you have a place. You have a place, you have a channel where you can go to say, okay, your job is coming out, you want to promote your YouTube. All you do is you pay for airtime, and then your advert will be placed, and then it's rolled. And then so in terms of marketing, we are expanding. We have a channel now where we can say we want to come and promote. We want to invite individuals who are resource persons in Nollywood to come and talk to us about marketing the field of Nollywood. We have a space for them here. We create channel for them here. We bring them in here. And probably it happens every week. Probably can happen every week. You have a time every week where you bring somebody in and come and talk Nollywood. So I was telling him that, okay, when it comes, we are probably looking at we are looking at probably like Talk Nollywood. That's what I told him. Talk Nollywood, where we just come and talk Nollywood. Marketing, business angle, production angle, any angle of Nollywood. A time on this. So I think it's going to go a long way to create a further marriage between us and the company.
Fantastic. Very quickly, a few words. What are your expectations today from this launch? What do you intend to see? What were you anticipating to witness it?
Okay, you mean today?
Yes, today.
Okay, so I'm particularly happy already that this will happen. That the day is happening already. So see, everybody is just relaxed, it's an opening, just want to come and see that officially people know what we are doing. And then so when you hear us on your radio, in your car, at home, you won't be surprised, you won't be saying, when did this happen? When did this start? So we are here today to start it officially.
Are you looking to have all the fun today?
Yeah, I'm looking to. I'm already having it actually.
All right.
I'm already having it.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Yes, that's Mr. Ralph Lee, Nollywood actor and a filmmaker, joining us on some podcast. Of course, what's still going on is the launch of Souq News and The Isle. Stay with us.
Gracing the event today is architect Oludotun Oke, who has come to be a member of the family of Souq and the Isle. I need to know how you became a member of Souq and the Isle. Please, can you take us through that?
Oh yeah, I got to know about Souq from I think one of the staff of the organization who briefed me about the upcoming project of radio, television, and the focus kind of like it was something unique, something different from the normal thing that we are used to, entertainment and the like. That this is more focused on the economy and economic development of the country.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the Front Burners, reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Today is the second day of the week. Hope yours has been productive. We're going to discuss the productivity of Nigeria, just like we normally do here on the program this morning. And as Evelyn will always say, the three musketeers were sitting prim and proper on the table here to give you a dose of the morning and to cause the flames of the front burners to refine your thoughts about national issues in Nigeria. Good morning to you, Blessing.
Good morning to you, Priye. You sound excited to be here.
Am I?
Yes.
Well, if you say so.
It is from the fact that your group, your people, daughter is saying got a cup of tea and then they refuse to do what the
my people. Who are my people?
You know them now. You know them. You know them.
You prepped prayer yesterday that is not receiving bossa this time around. So we're just counting down 10 days. Good gifts.
Valentine. I will tell people later on.
You see, I also think maybe the NLC has so much love for Nigeria. Maybe the NLC has so much love for Nigeria and they felt, okay, we are going to go with the sense of reasoning to not go on with the strike.
Here we are again.
Bring your matter to the table.
Okay. Before we bring my matter to the table, let's make sure we join Evelyn Oholi as she takes us through what is on the front burners. Good morning to you, Evelyn.
Good morning, Priye. Thank you this morning. And of course, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. I just hope if you're in between, you do not reside in Trump land. You get it? If you don't get it, then forget about it. Anyways, it's a beautiful day, and I am super excited for all that it has in store for you and I. This is something you do not want to miss, and I am Evelyn Ohiola, someone you do not want to miss. Let's get right into it. Of course, the three musketeers already gave a hint on the suspension of the NLC strike. I was preparing to do the, we no go greed, we no go greed. But, they just, the way Yoruba would say, well, it's all good. The union actually announced the suspension yesterday after its meeting with the federal government, saying that they will set up a committee, a broader and wider committee, to look into the details of the tariff hike. Then they will come out with another conclusion. Whatever it is, Nigerians have had this saying that NLC will not go on this strike. It's just same old, and they did not disappoint Nigerians. Let's move on to other news at this time. Now, remember the good news that we brought to you yesterday about the Dangote refinery lowering its fuel prices. Well, there are indications that this cheaper price may not reflect at the pumps just yet. Did I hear you say, so we see more? Let me fill you in with the details. The Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria, Petron, has said retailers cannot drop their prices immediately because they are still selling fuel they bought at the higher price. Billy Gillis Harris, Petron's leader, explained that retailers would lose money if they sold fuel at the new lower price without selling off their existing stock. Really? But I have just one question for Uncle Billy Graham. Oh, sorry. It's Billy Gilly Harris. This one is a petrol evangelist. Well, why can't this same energy be maintained when fuel prices go up? Retailers are quick to adjust prices when an announcement of an upward review is made, but will never do that when there is a price drop. Osalobo is watching everyone in 3D, I tell you. Anyways, Uncle Billy says that Petron is working closely with the Dangote refinery and other major retailers to ensure uniform pricing across the board. This collaboration should help stabilize fuel prices and make petroleum products now more widely available. The Petrom leader added that Nigeria is doing better at keeping fuel available across the country. As local refineries start operating, Nigeria might not need to import as much fuel. In fact, Petrom announced that its members have begun receiving fuel supplies from 2 Nigerian refineries, that's in Port Harcourt and Warri. Sticking with Nigeria's oil industry, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, just announced that it will deny export permits for crude oil cargoes meant for domestic refining if oil companies do not meet their domestic crude obligations. Gbenga Komolafe, the Commission's chief executive, made it clear that any changes to cargoes designated for domestic refining need express approval from the Commission. This move is aimed at ensuring that a stable supply of crude oil to domestic refineries and strengthening the nation's energy security, as outlined in Section 109 of the Petroleum Industry Act, PRA 2021. The NUPRC is cracking down on inconsistencies in the implementation of the Domestic Crude Supply Obligation DCSO policy. Both refiners and producers have been blaming each other for these inconsistencies. What is happening today? I go again. Both refiners and producers have been blaming each other for these inconsistencies, but the regulator is calling for an end to the finger pointing. Here's what the NUPRC is emphasizing: no more excuses. Refiners and producers must adhere to international best practices in procurement and operational matters. No unauthorized changes. Producers cannot vary the conditions stated in the DCSO policy without express permission from the Commission. Strict enforcement. The NUPRC will strictly enforce the policy regarding implementation and defaults by oil companies. The Commission has already taken significant regulatory action to enforce compliance with the DCSO, including developing and signing the Production Curtailment and Domestic Crude Oil Supply Obligation Regulation 2023. In short, the NUPRC is taking a tough stance to ensure Nigeria's oil industry operates smoothly and securely. A good move, if you ask me, because it's high time our Omwala shall stop to wear akisa. What that simply means is that we cannot be swimming in water and still complain of thirst. Let's make Nigeria work for Nigerians. And to my final story this morning, global trade tension concerns for Nigeria as stock markets around the world took a hit yesterday as global trade tensions are on the rise and investors are getting nervous. The U.S. has imposed tariffs on goods from Canada, Mexico, and China, sparking fears of a full-blown trade war. In Europe, the FTSE 100 fell by 1.4%, while Germany's DAX and France CSC dropped by 1.6% and 1.5% respectively. In the U.S., the Dow Jones Industrial Average Futures plummeted by over 500 points, with the S&P 500 futures falling by 1.9% and Nasdaq futures tumbling by 2.8%. Specific sectors like automotive, semiconductors, and banking are feeling the heat due to concerns over supply chain disruptions and inflation. Hedge funds are responding by selling off stocks across various sectors and region, except in developed Asian markets. Interestingly, real estate stocks are seeing increased investment as a hedge against inflation. However, the tech sector is facing turbulence with significant sell-offs in U.S. tech stocks due to fears of an AI bubble. So what does this mean for Nigeria? Despite the Nigerian Exchange Limited closing on a positive note yesterday, analysts warn that the decline in global stocks could have severe implications for the Nigerian market. With Nigeria's heavy reliance on oil exports, a drop in oil prices could lead to reduced earnings and budget deficits. The Nigerian equities market kicked off the week on a positive note, with the oil share index gaining 134.18 points to close at 104,630.3 points. Market capitalization rose by 83 billion naira to close at 64.792 trillion naira. However, analysts caution that the market may face declines if global investors pull out or reduce their exposure to emerging markets. Some stocks that saw significant gains yesterday include Presco, Okomu Oil, Better Glass, Northern Nigerian Flour Mills, that's NFMN, and MTN Nigeria Communications. On the other hand, University Press, Omatech Ventures, SCOA Nigeria, Souq Assurance, and Nigerian Exchange Group were among the biggest losers. And that's all I have for you from this end. It's back to Blessing, Oyinpere, and a Doc for something not you do not want to meet, but insight into what made the headlines. I am Evelyn Ohiola.
We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Good morning to you once again and welcome to the program. We will be looking at some stories today and it's called Insight to What's Making the Headlines. Once again, welcome to Blessing and Doctor who felt I was part of the meeting yesterday between the NLC and the authorities that made them call.
Did you say anything?
I didn't hear you.
You were accusing me when we went on break.
You had some hot cup of coffee yesterday and some black tea, and then the plant protest now is off. And we think it's making Nigeria greater and better.
But if we can settle the case of Nigeria on the table by taking a cup of tea, I don't think that's a bad idea.
Seriously? But still go to Souq to do that?
Okay, now let's move on. Tinubu signs into law a bill establishing the Federal University of Environment and Technology in Ogoniland, Rivers State, and pledged more support for the community. Doc, I remember vividly some days ago, probably 2 weeks, when the president received visitors from Ogoniland and some political stakeholders from Rivers State who came to talk with the president when the president mooted the idea of drilling oil. Again, I remember we spoke extensively about one particular thing in Ogoniland. The promises made by the previous administration to clean that place, and how we didn't know the end of that story, and how Mr. President is trying to bring all stakeholders to the table for drilling oil in that area. Now we have this. Does it look like, okay, it's a give and take?
Well, I don't see it as a give and take. I see it as something that is well-intentioned. And that's been really my advocacy in Nigeria, where higher institution of learning cited and planted to deal with issues that borders around the environment. As we're having a ministry, a university dedicated to environmental studies, I hope they'll not be studying accounting and political science in that university. That all that will be done there is issues that has to do with environment, sustainability, and see how people can actually be empowered to do EIA, environmental impact assessment, and to see that when we have such professionals churned out of that university, and then we then know that if people are going to do anything, we can deploy them to other parts of the country, where of course minings are happening, and they'll be able to really have the technology, have the wherewithal, the intellectual capacity to look at the issues that deals with the environment. And this is one case for me that would just be a plus. But you see what has happened in the education system. You have University of Agriculture, and people go there to go and be studying mass communication, and it doesn't make any sense to me really, because if you get to some claim, you find that universities are tailored to solve a particular problem. So if this particular university will be empowered to look at the issue, which of course had bedeviled the Niger Delta area, and this is not just something that happened yesterday. We can look at it from the point of activism. We have Ken Saro-Wiwa. Before Ken Saro-Wiwa, we have, what is his name now? I've forgotten, who led this struggle to see how the environment is preserved. That finding oil in Ogoniland really not have become a cause for that environment, but unfortunately, that's what it seems to look like. So I do hope that this particular university, as it takes off, will be focused on what it's meant to solve. And then, of course, we will be rest assured that the way people exploit oil in other regions of the world is the same we are doing here, and we are not mortgaging the future of people that are born in the Niger Delta. This, for me, would just be a positive development if it's not just political.
Well, if it's not just political, that's where I take it from. Otherwise, I have a divergent view, because this is the timing of this signing of assenting to the establishment of University of Environmental Science, or University to take care of the environment in River State is rather coming at a time where one could say this looks a lot like a political move. Before, you also recall that the president talked about starting up drilling of crude oil in Ogoniland, resuming the drilling of crude oil in Ogoniland. And now we're talking about having a university for environmental sciences in Ogoniland, where you have the River State University of Technology that has a department of environmental sciences that has been on. So if that was the problem, or that was the need, the dire need of Ogoni people, I think that the Department for Environmental Sciences in River State University of Technology should have been able to address that at least to a significant level, and then we'll say, you see what this department has done? It's been able to answer the call. It's been able to attend to the challenge of the people. I think one thing is missing here, and that is a proper needs assessment. Do the government carry out needs assessment before they start implementing or start going about thinking what the people need and begin to give them what they think the people need? If you ask the average person in Ogoniland, what is the thing you need? I doubt that in the first top 5, a university, whatever the name of the university, technology, environmental science, whatever, will be top priority. I think that the first need of Ogoni people is the cleanup of their land. Now, if the act is being established, if you're signing that there should be a university for environmental science in Ogoniland, when will the building of that university commence? When will the university have students? When will they graduate? When will they come up with research and start doing work that will clean up the environment? When we already have a cleanup that was supposed to be done like yesterday. So I think that this is just political, because why did that university spring up years before if it was considered a significant need of the people? Again, I say this, there was no needs assessment done. It's just something to placate the people, something to appease the people. This sounds very, very patronizing of the Ogoni people, and I don't think it's cut it.
No, Blessing, let me just respond. I think we missed the point, and I don't think the university is taking the place of cleaning up environment. I did a study for SO&U some years ago on behalf of NDDC, and I was even in Prie's community in Patani. And I went around the whole of the 9 states of the Niger Delta. And one of the things that was very critical in Bayelsa and Delta, especially that span of area where you have the bulk of Ogoni people, was the fact that access to education was a big deal in that study. Access to education. And all the complaint is the fact that, of course, you know, if you have to cross from one community to another, you find that there's a distance of movement. And so people actually needed education in those regions. And they feel too that the reason why they are not participating heavily in the oil sector is the fact that they don't have access to education and their children are not as enlightened as they could be in also participating in the oil. And therefore, people come from the southwest, come from the north to take the jobs that their children should be doing. It was a huge issue in that research. I did it in 2006 in a full report. So what I'm saying is, yes, there are hierarchies of need, but when you empower a people, what you have done is that you have taken them away from poverty, and that is very important. So we can't undermine the importance of education, and I don't think that we need that education for just politics alone. And I can tell you, and if you find out, even for those who visited, they would have put that thing on the table of president. And so I don't think it's an afterthought. Is that the pressure that people have put on the system for a very long time, and now people are seeing it happen. And this is the way you have to see it. But what I'm just feeling is the fact that let's be certain that these universities will be managed in such a way that it will address the issues that they are supposed to deal with.
Okay, can I respond to that?
Okay.
Yes, you said you responded. When you talked about education being a need of the people, that they talked about, the indigents talked about their children being disadvantaged when it comes to education. Yeah. But these people have tertiary institutions.
That is what I'm saying to you.
They already have tertiary institutions. So this is just an addition. Not Abraka, we're talking about River State now.
Let me give you the idea now so I can look at the environment, how it looks like.
Okay.
For somebody at Burutu to get to Abraka or to get to Delta State, where you have the University of Petroleum, or to get to Port Harcourt, it's a whole lot. Because even moving from Bomadi to Burutu, at the time I went, was costing people to use a flyboat for about 3,000 naira on the boat. It was quite expensive. And so you look at that whole expanse of land where people are living inside the creek, access is a big problem. So the fact that education is far away in Port Harcourt does not make it accessible to the people who are in the hinterland. So what they were complaining, and I can tell you this one because I didn't do it for government and I did it specifically for communication purpose. You used to see that they were really, and those needs are still on the ground, that they want access to education.
Okay.
Just as they want access to road and good water.
All right.
Okay, so I think the effort should have been on the access, because even we're talking about River State at this time, and they should follow the hierarchy of needs and not giving to people what comes like number 5. I think when they have number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I think when we discuss issues about education, or when Doc mentioned issues about the distance, people leave Lagos and go to Ahmadu Bello University to school. Because a university is an environment that doesn't just only provide education, it also provides a life, the universal disposition of how a youth should grow up. So there are accommodations within that community. There's a federal university in River State. There's a River State University that she talked about of science and technology. There's a federal university in Edo State. There are federal universities across the Niger Delta state, and if education was really the problem, I think they would have got an alternative. However, I want to equally say that if education was what the people, the stakeholders that put on the table for Mr. President to consider, because probably he had deferred to them and asked, what do you want? And if education was what they put forth, I don't think they've made the best idea. Probably they would have given some condition to Mr. President. Okay, we needed education. We need education. However, before you commence the establishment of the education, you must have carried out the cleaning of the Ogoni land to at least 45–50% the way down before we can start talking about a university. Because cleaning the Ogoni land is not going to take 1 year. It's not going to take 2 years. And the negative impact it has had on the community of Ogoni people should not be something that one should use as a political tool to wield around.
I don't think it's a political tool. I saw a definition yesterday of what they call poverty. And the person says poverty is passing over opportunity repeatedly. And that makes a lot of sense into my head. You see, we cannot be talking about today without putting an energy in what is going to happen tomorrow. Why we are putting energy in solving the problem of today? In short, there is already a program on the ground for the cleanup of Ogoni land. And those issues have been dealt with at several levels. Take, for example...
Did it achieve its purpose?
No. Wait. There's a federal government initiative towards the cleanup of Ogoni land. There's the NDDC initiative. There's the Ministry of Environment initiative. All these things are targeted to the cleanup of Ogoni land. So it's not that there are no efforts in place. What we should be actually asking ourselves, take, for example, the company who took the cleanup of Ogoni land, that the former vice president supervisor was actually an Ogoni indigene. Why did he succeed in cleaning it? It's another kettle of fish we cannot succeed in talking about on this table this morning. It's not that effort are not being made. It's not that money is not going to the cleanup of Ogoni land. Why the place is not cleaned up is one question that we need to ask. Is it that some people love the way it is so that they can continue to benefit from the degradation of the environment? Is one side of the conversation. But what I'm seeing here as an intellectual is the fact that you are taking an approach to dealing with the issue of environment that I have always not liked. Universal kind of education, which we call university, and you have multiplicity of people studying things that could not really have direct impact on the environment. The kind of education that I advocate, if I were the Minister of Education today, all the universities in the north, for example, those in Fulani side of the north, I will dedicate them to study just animal science alone, so that the way Denmark is making money from cow alone, that they can get over $45 billion annually from dairies, that will be the focus. So if I'm going to set university up in area like Aba, the Igbo extraction, I'm going to be talking about industrial university that are going to be hands-on on developing that environment. If I'm getting to Benue, I'm going to be dealing with an agricultural university that is going to be devoted completely, wholeheartedly to how we can produce food for ourselves. So that universities are tailored toward the need of the people in the environment. Okay. Not just to give people certificates to start looking for jobs.
What you have said, Doctor, is the ideal, but we do know that the ideal doesn't work here. So if that university starts in Ogoni land, it's just going to be a thing where, we now have like federal presence in the place. The next tussle will be who becomes VC is a person from Ogoni land, and you have more and more tussles. Now we're talking about people not having means of livelihood. You're citing the university. Is it with leaves they will pay for tuition of their children there when they can't even make a living for themselves? So I think that
government has made provision for student loans.
So how many of them will go to school? How many of them will be able to access student loans? For the population of
leave access, over 600 people we see have benefited. Yesterday we talked about 104 billion.
It goes back to empowering the people first before you're talking about education, because it's not going to be free.
No. Okay. You see, we cannot be discussing these things in isolation.
Okay,
nobody needs today in Nigeria. We know that student loans are working.
How many people have access to that?
Over 600
for a population of how many millions?
600,000.
600,000. That's what I'm saying. For a population of how many million?
Not million.
That's a drop in the ocean.
No. You are not looking at data. Look at it.
I'm looking at the data.
Who needs the student loan? I don't need it for my children.
Do you know how many millions of indigent people we have in Nigeria?
That's what I'm saying to you. If we have them, they will apply for it. Those who need it are having it. So it's not for you to sit on the table.
If you have 600,000, I bet you more than 6 million applied for that.
You don't have that data.
I don't have the data, but I know.
See, so we have to deal with
even
data.
Without data, you know that if you have 600,000,
no.
more than 6 million applied.
You have to deal with the data.
Where is the data?
Okay, just a moment. You need to listen to me. You need to listen to me. You need to listen to me. No, I don't think we have to make this conversation you punch me, I punch you kind of conversation.
We're not
Because I want us to look at this conversation from another aspect. Blessing, let's assume what these Ogoni people need now is a university.
Good.
Let's go with Doc.
It's not me, because I
He's in the federal government now. Let's go with him. Okay, so let's now begin to look at this conversation before we go to the next story from business, economy, development. The siting of that university, let's assume you agree with that. The siting of that university there. Do you, if you look at it from that perspective, what is going to contribute infrastructure-wise, business-wise, economic development? Do remember that the land, the water, those who are involved in fishing, the oil spill in that environment has completely taken them out of business. So citing this university, do you think it will bring any respite to those people there?
It would bring, but that is not the total respite that they would want. Yes, when you have a university, you have construction going on. You will need to build houses for students to stay because they will need to have accommodation. It would bring up economic activity in the area. But what I'm saying is this. Without the cleanup, because the university cleanup may just be within the location of the university, not widespread. You get what I'm saying? But I'm saying that this economic activity we're talking about would take some years to happen. It's not something that's going to be in the immediate. So for immediate relief, I think some other things should have been in place. But yes, the university, once cited, will bring about economic activity in the host community, which is not yet decided where that will be exactly in Ogoniland. Because Ogoniland is a combination of, you have different communities that make up Ogoniland. So there's also going to be the issue of where are you citing this university? That particular community will be the most beneficial will be the one benefiting most from this. Okay. So the cleanup is not going to extend to the entire area. It's going to be within the university and maybe the adjoining regions because of where people will stay. It will bring economic activity, yes, to that place, but it's not going to attend to the myriad of issues in the place without the cleanup done to ensure that whatever development you are bringing is widespread.
Okay.
Economic
development
is completely
business economic development.
Not in line.
No, business economic development perspective.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The truth of the matter is that from the day the laying of that foundation happens, economy comes to that environment. It doesn't need to take years. Because people are going to be employed who are going to work on that site and they'll be empowered. All the people who are doing anything that, whether they are selling cement or they are selling iron rod, they are selling this, they will have patronage. That's economy. And that is from day one. And as students continue to come into that place, when the school is off, take off, the student comes in, they're going to live in that environment, they're going to eat there, they're going to do a lot of trading there, is going to create the economy in there. There's no doubt about that. That is going to open up that place in the form of development is also not something that's going to take forever. To say that they are not sure. Sometimes we sit there and think that governments are dumb.
We don't think that government is dumb, but we doubt government's ability to put to work what they have on paper.
They don't know where the site of the university is going to be. Who said so?
There are three communities in Ogoniland. This is the community we're hosting the university.
The truth of the matter is that this thing is not a development that is an afterthought. It didn't come yesterday. That's the point I want you to know. That government takes time to evaluate things before it happens.
Okay.
What is going to be, where that thing is going to be located, which community is going to host it, government have all these details. So what you don't have is, you don't have the details. And because you don't have the details does not mean that people who are taking that decision, they can't think.
Okay,
so since let me respond to that debate. You've talked about citing and everything. Now this is just, the president just assented to the establishment of the university.
Oh yeah.
Funds and everything have not been released. So if you say from day one, I don't know what you mean by day one. Are you saying that already, just by the announcement, that economic activities will begin to pick up? Because we've seen that sometimes there is a plan to establish certain structures in certain places. It takes a while before that plan, before that assenting to the establishment becomes reality. And that is what we have seen happen in this country. So when we talk about the ideal or talk about a government or the government of Nigeria doing things, you tend to talk as if, doctor, as if this is something that you have seen happen and happen over again. When government says something, they move into action immediately. You know that's not the way it works.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, for the government, I'm going to make example of Obafemi Awolowo University, popularly called Oba Awon University. It means the kings of university. That university occupies about 13% of the whole of Ife land, and they have the land mass of that university is occupying is quite huge and large. In Ife or in Osun State, it is said that there's no really business activities there, and the siting of that university is just one thing that Osun State can boast of because of the economic activities within the university and outside the immediate environment of the university, and the way the structure lies there is as an experience that most students want to have, and coupled with the academic laurels of that institution. However, bureaucracy must not be allowed to interfere with what the government said about establishing university in Ogoni land. Just, Mr. President, make sure it kicks off immediately, puts in together a committee, a panel, a group of people, technocrats, business people who could bring this vision of yours into reality so that the people of Ogoni land and entire people of River State and the Niger Delta area would maybe sing your praise when the time finally comes. On this note, we'll move on to the next source of analysis here. The Federal Executive Council approves road infrastructure contracts worth about 4.2 trillion naira, covering key highways and bridges across Nigeria, including access roads to the Second Niger Bridge. Blessing, let me start with you. 4.2 trillion naira, that's a large sum of money. And to be sincere, we need infrastructure in Nigeria, whether in the north, the south, the east, and the west, and the presence of infrastructure. Let me give a vivid example. When Babatunde Fashola became governor of Lagos State, during that time, I was living in Ajegunle. At that particular point in time, the development in that place was almost zero. We have dilapidated houses there. And if you wanted to buy houses during that time, you could people were just looking for money. I bet you between 5-7 million naira, you could get yourself something because the environment was not it at all. But it came in with infrastructural development. It started laying roads into Ajegunle, into the boundary area. And just because of the presence of those roads, the price of real estate sprouted like this. Banks started looking out for properties they want to purchase so they can site some of their centers there. Although they were very careful, they had to site some of their branches close to the army barracks, close to the navy barracks for security purposes. However, the prices of real estate sprang up. Businesses started coming into that area. So we cannot undermine infrastructure. 4.2 trillion naira, Blessing. Do you think we will have something great? I mean, something beyond the expectation of the government while citing the infrastructure?
That depends on a number of things. It depends on who's the contractor or who are the contractors to handle the project. It depends on what is the percentage of funds that will be allocated to them. And it depends on the quality of work that the contractor or contractors would do there. The reason I put out this number of factors on the table is recently, we had a case in the Aviation Ministry where a contract was awarded for the second runway at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. Now, from the time the project was approved to when some fund was released, and then today, there's been some time. And that had resulted into a contract variation, which now made it the price now to complete the work, or the cost to complete the work, is so much more than what it would have taken if it had been done within the period of approval. So, we're talking about 4.2 trillion naira now. If there's some stalling, if there's some delay, and then at some point the work gets abandoned, we might have that same situation. But I think it's a good one that the government is thinking about infrastructure, and road is very important. Connectivity. People need that connectivity for ease in commerce, because these roads are opening up people to regions where you can have commerce. It's very critical, connecting the eastern parts of the country with other parts of the country, and even connecting the southern parts of the country like that. So that way you will make people easily ferry goods, you will make people easily travel to do business. And when the roads are not in a very good state, or you are congesting a particular route, then you increase traffic, and you also increase the time it takes for people to get to one point to another, and you also increase the cost of traveling. So it's a good one. There are attendance developments that come with infrastructure. There you have more businesses around that area, and it opens up those locations. So it's a good one. However, I'm hoping that there is good implementation of this, from the contracting firm to the percentage of funds that are released, and then to the quality of work that is done. If all of this is achieved, then Nigerians should be smiling at the end of the day.
Well, we hope to smile, Doctor.
Yeah, I think for me, it's again quite heartening that government is doing what they should do, that the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road take a chunk of that money, 1.3 trillion. And that, of course, that extend that road from where currently is in Lagos through Ogun stretch, ending at the boundary of Ondo State. And then, of course, you have the stretch coming from Akwa Ibom, also getting to Calabar. So, which means gradually, because the last span of that road, when it was announced over a year ago, was the fact that it's going to take 80 years to complete. And I'm just looking that if this year budget we can get 1.3 trillion to move that stretch to Ondo, by the upper budget coming, that stretch from Ondo through Edo can get to Delta, and then coming from this other place. So which means like people have predicted, like it was a white elephant project that will not be completed, may completely not be out. My only plea is that this is sustained, so that that road can actually deliver its dividend. And there's no doubt about it that a whole lot has happened along that stretch of road. Getting property now on that as is a hot cake for some people, and so because the economy around those places are changing. Also strategic is the fact also connecting Asaba and part of Onitsha and the way to Imo to the second Niger bridge, which is also taking about 480 billion to make that access road happen. And so you look at it, the second Niger bridge has been constructed. There's a need to connect Asaba to it so that there'll be a lot of the congestion using the old bridge, which of course really causes delay, especially when you are moving out of Onitsha or coming from Asaba to get into the southeast. So once those access roads are also created, it will decongest those areas, and you will see a number of things happening. What is also quite very interesting is the fact that now Maya has succeeded to put his feet on the ground, that we're not going to be depending on asphalt, as it were, that all these contracts that are signed, they are going to be concrete pavement on this road. So, which of course will make them last longer. And you see that talking about lasting longer, about 198 or so was also put on Lagos Ibadan.
Yes.
And since Obasanjo regime in 1999, we have been on that road and it's never completed. Because you use asphalt on a certain portion of road, after 2 rainy seasons, the road become bad again, and government continue to invest in those roads. And I just feel that we have to insist on see how we can have durable roads that are constructed and taxpayers' money are not wasted by contractors on using materials that are substandard, that you make a road today and it can't take 5 years for it to get bad. And that for me is what really excites me in this, that it was not just the fact that they are signing contract, but that this is not just asphalt road. they are going to be done by concrete.
All right.
Boa cement, Dangote cement, making more cash.
And you need to give us the money for that.
Don't worry, they will, Boa will pay.
One thing we are not looking at here is the road or the Lagos-Calabar coastal line that took the largest chunk of the money, because some of the roads that are getting allocations from this 4.2 trillion naira are projects that has already been on ground. In fact, you even referenced the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway that has been in the front burners since time immemorial. We remember very much when the previous administration even borrowed some money from China and from the World Bank to facilitate the building of that road. Why do we, most of the time when we look at this, because corruption cannot be perpetrated by one arm of government alone. It must have the collusion of another arm of government. So if there are contractors who are not living up to the terms of reference of the contracts, and the executive the executive is the one that awarded the contract, or the contractor won the contract through a bidding process. The National Assembly, the legislative arm of government, is charged with the responsibility through oversight functions and to probe any inconsistency they see in the execution of this project. But we don't see much of that. In fact, there are allegations against some administrations of the National Assembly that the oversight, those who carry out oversight functions just go to the ministries or the contractors who are doing that, and they just don't collect, they just go there, collect their share and walk away. And this is not auguring well for some of the agendas and some of the projects, the laudable projects of the executives on ground. How can we, bypass this line? How can we?
I think for me, it's a problem that has to do with our budgetary system most of the time. When you don't have enough money to actually start a project and you have to award a contract. One engineer told me some years ago that, because you see where the money actually is in the contract is in the preliminaries, the sand filling and the rest of it. And once they have gotten that big chunk of money, they have done what they are supposed to do, and the other money is not coming, they're moving to the next site. So until money comes, they will even leave equipment in that place. So you find that because the construction is not consistent, it causes a whole lot of engineering distortions by what is said. So it's like, you see, you have leveled this thing and you have matched it strong, and then you are waiting for government to give you money
to finish that next phase,
and then to move to the next phase of asphalting. And now 10 months, 20 months, money is not coming. So by the time you are coming, just pour asphalt on it, but that structure would have been weakened. And I think that was what Nyesom Wike was saying one time ago, and he said that he believes that this envelope system that we use in construction can work. It can work for other procurement, but not for construction of roads. That if we have to construct roads, the money must be available. That if government is going to withhold money, that will be maybe what the contractor will gain as profit. But we have to look at that the fact that this road is going to happen, then of course we look at it and assess the phase, and then mobilize contractors as and when due, and then of course you can find a good job done. So I think it is the budgeting system that's actually affecting the way contractors deal with our basic infrastructures.
Yes, it goes back to what I said earlier, that the hopes here is that the funds needed for the project are released so the work can go on. Because where the funds are not released, whether they're available or not available, you give room for all of this to happen. And when the contractor says, I do not have enough fund, or my firm does not have enough fund to continue the project, you find that the project stalls. And sometimes it takes a lot of time. Maybe at the time the agency in charge of that project or the ministry in charge of that project then has funds, there's been some variation. And if there's no agreement to the continuation of the project, you're bringing a new contractor on site, sometimes they need to even start the process all over again. You find that work that has been done, because the work was supposed to be continued and not stalled, that particular work may need to have some adjustments done or totally removed, and then they start afresh so that they can have more work done. For instance, if the grading of the road was supposed to be done and we were supposed to follow it up with some other things, and the grading of the road was done years after, some other things have happened to the road, erosion and all. So you will need to maybe grade that road again. So you find that you are putting in more into the road than you would have at the end of the day. So it falls back to funds being there from the time that work needs to be done. If the government needs to come into some partnership with those who will fund the road, maybe they have a way of recouping back their funds, then that should happen. But to start work and believing that funds will come in and then funds don't come, the work is abandoned. Later on, when the work starts again, you are now having to do some maintenance or maybe
starting afresh.
And sometimes people wonder, like, what is going on? I think a very good example would be the Lekki Expressway that has been under construction for several years. You find that some portion of the roads are being worked on at a particular time, and they just leave the work for some time, move on to another part of it. After maybe some months, they return back to an earlier portion of the road that they started working on. So I think that fund is necessary, and maintaining contractors will do a great job, but especially if the contractor is doing the job and is delivering quality, then continue with the contractor. But when you have to change contracting firms for reasons, maybe there are variations, or you feel one contractor wasn't delivering, sometimes it gives room for a lot of inconsistencies and increases the budget for that particular work.
Okay, I also want to quickly chip that when governments are giving out contracts and there's a bidding procedure for some of these companies to come in to bid for the process, the status of the organizations that are coming to build for those contracts are well looked at, and there are conditions they are supposed to meet, and that includes the capacity of those organizations to even have personal funds to execute the contract, or even to form a consortium, a group of other companies to execute those contracts. In cases where they are unable to do that, we see those roads reappearing again in the budget of the next year. But if they have that, if they can do that, and when it reappears, if they get stuck on the way, when it reappears, when they issue back the same contract, or maybe when they are demanding for repayment, it's not paid in the same way the contract was sealed previously, because inflation, they put in inflationary figures that must have reflected in the contract, which there is a contract, a section of the contract, an opening that will give the contractor such opening for the government to pay such money. Now, if they are going to do that, I think it's also being responsible on the part of the contractor to make sure that they have the funds, and if they are going to borrow, they should do that. And of course,
you know that there's also the trust issue here, because there's that trust deficit. Because these are business people. You put in money into the construction project, and it takes a longer time than you anticipate for you to get back your money. And that contractor also has projects that they want to do. So sometimes these are the issues that make it impossible, or make the contractors reluctant to the extent that they want to go using their firm's money to complete the projects.
I see that. And for lack of time, we would have looked at Souq. Again, is urging Mr. President to go and figure out and bring all those to book who have been charged on allegation of making away with 26 billion naira. It's an allegation by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, but for lack of time, we may not be able to look at that story. Meanwhile, let's go on a break. When we return, we'll delve into matters of policy discourse. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, Souq Enlightenment. The National.
Good morning to you and welcome. Now we're going to policy discourse. We will be considering the federal government plans of 100,000 housing units for vulnerable persons across 774 local government areas and 6 investors for this purpose. And if we look at it properly, we could see that the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Architect Ames Musa Dangiwa, disclosed this on January 29, 2025 during his presentation at the 4th edition of Real Estate Future Forum in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. According to a statement on the ministry's website, the initiative will be implemented through a comprehensive nationwide social housing delivery programs aimed at expanding housing access for low-income earners and vulnerable population in Nigeria. Whilst this is a welcome development, of course, economically, this within the perspective of development and of course business, because it's going to create not just employment opportunities for builders and also bring development to the real estate sector in Nigeria, but we begin to think 100,000 housing units, situated and located in different aspects or in different places in Nigeria, what it will attract, and if it was going to really solve or bring some form of respite to the housing deficiency in Nigeria. Look at it from the business, from the economic, and from the development lens, right here on the front burners. Doctor.
Well, I think there are a lot of issues that confront us as a people. We have serious and huge housing deficit in Nigeria, and trying to intervene is one thing. But you see, I think one of the big challenge that faces us as a people is that we have to talk about something that should not really make headline news. We have the Ministry of Housing. At a certain level, I was talking with a friend of mine, and I think before this inflation in 2023 or 2022, and what he told me was the fact that minus land, if you have 4 million, you could build a 2-bedroom apartment. So, if we to take that conversation a little further, since land belongs to the government, maybe if we have a 10 million, or today a 15 million naira, we can build comfortably a 3-bedroom flat, minus the cost of land. And if government is sincere, and all these social intervention things we are doing, we could make more houses for these vulnerable people than the number that we are talking about. So we don't need 200 million to build one house. So if you build a 2-bedroom flat, can take a family of 4, or a 3-bedroom flat for a family of 4 or 5, as the case may be. And then we can put this and factor them in the budget consistently. You'll find that we will be able to address the housing deficit in Nigeria that is put about 28 million units.
Okay, lesson.
Yes, 28 million housing deficits in Nigeria, it's a lot. But I agree with the Minister for Housing and Urban Development in his statement that this is not a problem, it's an opportunity. But again, it depends on how we approach it. If we don't approach it rightly, it will be a problem. If we approach it rightly, then it becomes an opportunity for investors in real estate, because real estate is a very big business. So if there is 28 million housing deficit, it means as a business person or as a real estate investor, you have a huge market for what you're offering. How do you offer, or what you're offering then becomes the case. Now, this is to provide low-cost housing for vulnerable people in 774 local governments of Nigeria. That's a lot. And the government plans to start with 100,000. Yes, that's still some number. So if you spread it around the 774 local governments, maybe some local governments will get 5,000, some will get, depending on what gets to them. That is still a relief. But I think too, part of the issue is the kind of housing or houses that we're building. We're used to this type of houses built with cement and all of that. It makes it very expensive. Now, if we're talking about housing for vulnerable people, I think there should be some creativity. Are there ways, are there methods, is there technology that can be used to provide low-cost housing That should be the first question. Now, if there are technologies, there are methods, there are materials that can be used to provide low-cost housing for people, can we explore that? Will it cost less than the kind of block, brick, cement kind of houses that we're building? If we can do that, then fine. Now to the issue of land. There are so many reasons why land has become so expensive. So many settlements here and there. And if some of these things are handled, then it might make land easy for people. And then if you're providing housing for people, under what scheme are you going to provide this housing? Will the people need to make some form of contribution? Is it going to be like a 50-50 partnership for people so that government will say, oh, if we can't build a house and just give it to you? Are we going to ensure that there's a scheme? Do we have an operational mortgage system that is available to the vulnerable where they can access loans to build their houses and they have a period of time to repay back? All of this needs to work hand in hand. The federal mortgage system needs to be funded so that a lot of people can have access to loans to build. Some persons have lands they've inherited. So for them, land is not the issue, but they need funds to build. Some don't have and would like to own. Now, if you are a civil servant, we're working out a plan that helps you own a land. If you're not even under government employment, is there a plan to help you access land and then you pay in installments? So I think this plan should be laid out in a way that helps the vulnerable people key in, because government on their own may not be able to take on what it would entail in terms of the financial implication to handle this. So at what point do the private investors come in? Do the real estate investors come in? Now, are you waiving aside certain fees, maybe like that of C of O's, so that they now know that, okay, whatever these fees have been waived away from us. So whatever we are providing, if we would have given out the house at maybe 20 million naira, we can now give it out at 15 million naira, or we can now be able to allow payment in installments. So there are different considerations that I think need to come into this for this plan to really work, and maybe they may just be able to expand beyond 100,000 that the government planned to do.
You see, the problem.
Doc,
wait, just 1 minute. Okay. The problem with the announcement is the fact that this house is meant for the vulnerable. You need to define who these vulnerable are.
That's where I was going.
We need to define who the vulnerables are. And you are asking investors to put money on the ground.
That's what I'm asking.
For the low income.
That's what I'm saying.
To build houses for the vulnerable.
This should be well planned. If you are waiving certain fees off, is this something they can do?
It's not about fee.
Is this something
it's
they
not
can
just
do?
About fee.
That if these vulnerable people are defined, is this that they have some form of earning? Is there a plan they can come on?
That is the question. See, if you're talking about civil servants, all civil servants are in federal mortgage scheme. Government is deducting their money, and government has not been able to build houses for them. Almost all of our civil servants, they have been collecting their money since they stepped into civil service, and that money gets into federal mortgage bank.
Housing allowance.
And that money has not been able to build one house. So let's remove civil service and low income earner from it, that already have a structure on the ground done by government, and we can point to houses that's okay in Lagos. Federal mortgage bank have built this number of houses for civil servants who are retired from Lagos State. We don't have it. Number two, when you're looking at people who are vulnerable, you're looking at people maybe who live in the rural areas who don't have access, and you are asking me to come and put my money on investment.
Isn't there a plan? Isn't there a plan that could work?
No.
Them into a
it can't work. It can't work.
We can't say it can't work.
It
we need to explore how it would work.
You know, it cannot work, because if you are asking an investor to come put money to build a house for an individual, so we are not even thinking that government is funding it. You are saying, me, who is a private business person, I'm going to build a house for somebody, for example, who is in an IDP camp and has no means of livelihood. Who's going to do the payment?
That's what we're talking about.
So when you are thinking, what I'm thinking and what I feel could work. Government has a lot of social interventions. All this money they are transferring to people, 25,000. If we plan it very well over a period of 10, 20 years, you'll find that you will be able to deliver social houses to people. Because we have Ministry of Works and Housing, for example.
Can I ask a question? Let me ask the question.
Okay.
These vulnerable people, if government builds the house, are they going to come into the house for free? Are they going to stay there for free?
Okay, no. Let me come in here. Let me come in here. Just a moment, Doc. Now, from what you look at when we talk about these housings and the buildings, and government is not going to get it to give to anyone for free.
So it means that they are going to make some contribution.
There are places where this happens.
It's not giving out
Do we have
free.
that capacity
We
in
have.
Nigeria?
We can. You see, what you mean is that you think people who even retired, who were citizens or had a green passport of the United Kingdom, they live in Nigeria at a certain level. When they get to 60, they go to UK to go apply for a council house. That council house is free. Government even send workers, social workers, to come do that. Government come to deliver food for them. So it is possible. Don't say it's not possible. You see, when you are dealing with vulnerable individuals, we are looking at something you can do. Take a period, and you say all this money we are throwing at poverty that really are not working, we can actually use it in such a way we can use it to develop even these same council houses. And let's build one house in a council in a year. When we get to 20 years, we'll have 20 houses.
Okay, now, I was asking, now if these houses are not going to be given to them for free, it means that the vulnerable people are going to make some form of payment or going to contribute to it. If they can contribute, it means that private investors can also come in. But at what level they come in is what needs to be determined.
Federal government or the government is not going to just go and build this house. Of course, it's going to give it to private investors who are going to build the house. There will be a contract to define the terms. Now, we've seen state governments who build houses for people in the state, some of which some of the state civil service enjoy. But the thing is, they say we're building houses for low-income earners, and you're expected to pay between 50 and 100 million naira for, let's say, about 10 years or 7 years. Can we really classify or categorize those people as low-income earners? Because
big-income earners.
They are not, because it's running to hundreds of millions of naira. And like Doc said, private investors would not want to step their foot there.
So there are different standards.
Now, let's even talk about what is happening in Canada. In Canada, when you work, when you have not been confirmed in your place of work as a full-blown staff, they see you as a part-time staff. They said, okay, yeah, you're a part-time staff. The mortgage institutions are not allowed to give you, to support you with mortgage loan. You can't buy houses. Those kind of staff is what we call the contract staff here in Nigeria, that you cannot buy. However, within a specific period of time when you're working and you become a full staff of the organization you're working for, then you are qualified, because the government, there is a system in place where the government is monitoring the incomes. And not just that, you are paying taxes. The tax of the people works for the government, because the government is so hell-bent in making sure they collect your tax. And through that tax system, they are even giving people back money, loans to spend through the credit card means. And you must be in your right senses to make sure you have a good track record in operating and using your credit card. When you become a full staff of the organization, irrespective of how much you earn, of course, which the government will have a threshold that they cannot go below, then you can now borrow or get money from the mortgage institutions to buy a house and pay for a specified period of time. When the government of our countries, and probably in Africa, when they plan for houses and for low-income earners, in that particular case where investors who don't want to step into what I call the mud, what are the systems they put in place? Doc, the mortgage system in Nigeria, do you think it's still working, or it has become moribund?
Yeah, mortgage will work for an environment where people have living wages. The challenge here is we don't even have a middle class because that has been wiped out by inflation and the rest of it. So you have the super rich who don't need mortgage, or if they need capital loan and they can build their houses and then they are living in it. And of course, you also have developers who you want to come into your environment to build houses, and then of course these houses have to be letted. So these are the issues with mortgage. Developers can have access to mortgage, but you have them build houses, but these houses are not accessible to the poor, and they can site these houses in rural communities because the poor will not be able to afford it. See, this is where, for me, the Ministry of Housing would have become useful. But for me, because every time I sit down, even at my level, I'm thinking, what's really the need for a Ministry of Housing? Having over 1,000 staff, doing what? What's their job role? We just use it to create bureaucracy. And so when you look at it and see how much money that is voted to the Ministry of Housing on a yearly budget, if we have no that in and we give it to somebody else and say, go construct houses, we'll build houses for everybody. But this is where I am worried that when we are thinking about something that is going to happen, and I thank God that this was said at Rumia, said somewhere in Saudi Arabia, we should also be looking at the workability of things that we are putting in place. You talk about, even in Lagos, where you have houses for civil servants. The civil servants, those who are grade level 12 to 15, can't even afford those houses. They cannot afford it because their salary can't carry it. So at the end of the day, you think that this person is having like 20 years to serve, or has maybe 10 years left in service and is looking for an accommodation. How much are you going to be taking away from his salary that is less than 2 million in a year, and then we'll be able to pay for that house in the so is it that government is doing this as a social service?
Okay, this statement was made, or this announcement was made outside of Nigeria. It was made in I think in Riyadh. Yes, so the minister wasn't even talking to Nigerians there. He was talking to people he considers as potential investors in the real estate sector. Now, if there wasn't a possibility of the private sector coming into play here, I don't think he was making that statement there, except he was saying that he didn't know what he was saying. He was just talking or making a political statement to say, oh, this is an opportunity for you. It's not a problem, but you can come in and invest. So this is it. We have more housing deficit in the urban areas than in the rural areas because of the influx of people to the urban areas. Now, if we have more housing deficit in the rural areas, it means that the concentration of housing development is in the urban area than in the rural areas. So when you have these people who are vulnerable, even though we haven't defined, or the government hasn't exactly defined for us who are vulnerable, but we know who a vulnerable person is. People who are disadvantaged socially and even financially because of their status. So, doctors even provide one solution to it. You are giving social support. You're giving stipends to people. Have you identified, taken the data of the people who are vulnerable within a particular area? Do you have their information? Can you bring them into association? Do you have some way of empowering them to say, okay, you are not just going to be dashing you or giving you free money. This is what you're going to be doing, and you're going to be on this stipend. But this is what we're doing. We're going to be putting out a certain part of this money, or the stipend they even give to people to say, we have your data, we have your information, but we're not going to give you this money because if we give it to you, you may spend it. We're going to be putting it aside for this purpose. Those investors that the minister is trying to woo into the country, when they come, what are the incentives that you're giving to them that reduces the cost they will put into developing housing for vulnerable? Are you giving them land for free to say, we don't want to give the people the land, but we're giving you this area for you to build? Now, coming to the building materials, are there materials that can be used today to provide shelter that is good enough for a human being to live, that is decent enough, that perhaps is not as expensive as the type of housing materials that we're using? If you go to other parts of the world, They build houses using different materials, not just cement, block, and all that we would do here. Is it less expensive? Are we considering? Do you have the technology to build for these people where they can stay? Not the one that wind blows and then they're out of the place, but it can be less. So what other incentive are you bringing? Now, what is the plan you have to ensure that these people come into a fold where they can make little contributions for a very long period of time if that housing is not going to be given to them for free? So if it's not going to be for free, that means they have some capacity, or the government wants to build a capacity for them to be able to afford it. That's what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, some houses can be delivered to these people and they make some contribution over a long period of time. Now, what that contribution will be is left for the government to determine, but there has to be a well-thought-out plan to make all of this work.
Okay. Before you come in, I need to iron something out. Before you come in. Now, she mentioned something very, very critical that we should put into consideration. And she talked about the government being able to bring these people, the low-income earners, either within its employment or through another means, as an association, to be able to get them some form of housing, which we feel the investors may not be able to shoulder a large part of it because they may not be able to recoup the money they will spend on it and, of course, the profits they are going to make. Somewhere in Mowe Ibafo, you will see vast areas of land, and they're telling you this particular acre, it can be about maybe 150 acres of land. They are telling you a group of lecturers from the University of Lagos came together to purchase these acres of land. And as an association, they've marked out portions of land for each of themselves to come build houses for themselves because they do not have trust in the system to provide them housing when they retire. So, you know this talk about Nigerians paying for getting electricity, providing electricity for them, providing almost everything for them. It looks for themselves. It looks as if that's the direction we're going. Now, when these people work, they have monies that they call housing allowance and other allowances. And these monies are not just taken out and given to the mortgage banks. When it is stored in the mortgage or in the normal conventional banks, they are supposed to be doing businesses with this money for them to, make more money for profit and to be able to pay back when these people, civil servants, are retiring and leaving. Shouldn't there be a policy whereby when someone is going to retire from work, either in the public or in the private sector, that you are going to build a form of, depending on the size of house, whether it's a 3-bedroom flat or a 5-bedroom flat or in a duplex, where the government can pay 50% for you by way of the fact that you've been able to save throughout your life, or in the civil service, your 35 years experience in the civil service, and you on your own part would have been able to fund the other 50 or 40%. Don't you think such policy will bring him some form of succor to Nigerians who will be leaving the public service or the private sector and they are retiring?
This is the point I'm making. There's something Blessing alluded to and said, this was made as an appeal to investors, somewhere to come. If you earn 250,000 today in public service in Nigeria, it should be around grade level 14 or 15. And that is $150 in a month.
So they're also vulnerable.
That's the point I'm making. It's not just enough for us to make statement. It's also to put the practicality of the statement. Even if you are going to use bamboo to build the house, this will not solve it. It will not solve it. Because you're looking at the income of people. There are Nigerians who are still earning 30,000. There are Nigerians who are still earning 25,000, 20,000 monthly. How much are they going to aggregate? That's the point I'm making. Now, you talk about intervention or policy.
Yes.
There's a government policy, national housing policy, that established the Federal Mortgage Bank that is taking money from civil servant salary every month to build houses for them when they are retiring. The question is, how many houses have been delivered? And you see, what's the contribution? Because you can't take the whole of your salary. And so by the time you contribute over 30 years, it's not even able to buy zinc. So these are the challenge that the system faces. And that's why, you see, I said to people, nobody take a trumpet to call investors. To say, come and invest in my environment. Investors see conditions and they jump into the opportunity. Have we created that kind of opportunity? Is the question that I'm asking. So whether you are building the house in urban center, in short, yesterday evening when I was going for work, I went to check one house in my neighborhood, and I was telling the chairman of the LCDA that they said this house is 2 million. He was calling the man and said nobody will take this house, and they said this is why this house has been vacant for more than 4-5 weeks, and it could be there for some time. The house is not occupied. Even not in Nigeria alone, if you also go to the United Arab Emirates, the same thing. And you are seeing 7-8 people living in the same room because they cannot afford it. So when you talk about decline of property market in China and some other part of the world, this is the issue because people can't afford the houses to pay the rent. Not even buy it, they can't even rent it. So it's a challenge in the environment because the economy is not supporting some of the policies that you are putting in place. So what I'm actually advocating is that what UK has done is a very beautiful model. Build houses so that those of your senior citizens who work and serve you and now 60 years, they are living service, they don't have a house of their own. They can move into a council house and then live and die there. When they die, somebody else can take it over.
You know, this this shelter system that the US also have. But the problem with having such a system here in Nigeria is maintenance. You even have some shelters around setting, in some states, at least they have that under the Ministry of Women Affairs for children who are on the streets to get them off the streets. But the problem when you talk to some of them, one of the first things they say to you is that, no, that place is either overcrowded, it's not maintained, and some of them prefer to even go back to the streets to where they were before. So if we have a working shelter system that it is not provide house for Mr. Pri, provide house for Mr.
I will
Joseph.
build mine myself.
Okay, that's a good one. I'm just using that as an example.
Great.
So it's not say provide house for Mr. Pri, for instance, provide house for Mr. Joseph, provide housing. If you can have these vulnerable people, categorize them, because the level of vulnerability for one person differs to another. This person may be vulnerable in this area, but not as vulnerable as the other person because their earning power differs or their earnings differs. So if you provide that people can have maybe like a common room, instead of you having that commercial common room that takes more people than it should, you have the one, maybe a hostess setting perhaps, for certain category of people. If you can provide that kind of housing, it's not their own. They pay. But what you are charging, because this is government provided or government funded, is way less than what they would pay in a commercially owned place. So that will provide some shelter for the people. Because I think the major aim here is providing a roof over the heads of people.
Okay, very good. Now, let's take this conversation to another aspect where maybe the governing authority is not really taking consideration of this. 2 years ago, or if not less, about 3 years ago, we experienced flooding in Nigeria. It was devastating and bad. About 600,000 acres of land in the northern part of the country was washed away. The things that suffered, infrastructure that the government has built almost to complete stage, about 80% completed, was washed away by the flood. People's houses were swept away. Farmlands that crops were going to harvest in the northern part of the country was taken out. Now, let's bring insurgency into it. Insurgency has rendered a whole lot of people homeless. In fact, even in Lagos, you see people sleep on the streets and on the roads. Doc, there are buildings on the Lagos Island, skyscrapers, that are completely empty. Nobody lives there. On this Lagos Island, nobody lives there. It's not far. It's not far-fetched. No, that's the security. That's the security. Whoever is watching over the property. So people don't occupy this place. So people don't occupy these buildings, and they are just there for years. I have seen them. Someone took me there, and I saw it for myself. That good skyscrapers. Nobody lives there. So what are when we talk about the people living in IDP camps, some of them who were millionaires, who were living just in their own houses that were washed away. Compensation. Both state government, federal government, through the arm of humanitarian affairs and disaster management, the ministry, and all of that. If we don't consider the thing of houses, we have lots of destitute people, even in centers like Lagos. You look at under the bridge, people are sleeping there. How can we defeat this menace, most especially from people who are doing well, and by way of natural disaster or by terrorism and banditry, they find themselves at the ebb of society, I would say at the dust again.
I just feel that you have to take strategic thinking by a forward-looking set of leaders to really develop our society. People are always looking at what immediately benefit them, and I think that's a problem. Yeah, those skyscrapers we talked about, if you go there, a lot of people are living there. Some people are collecting rent on behalf of the government, and of course, I'm telling you, and this is for real.
Yes, that's true.
And so they are taking rent and allowing other people to enter there. Some of them actually become den
for hideouts,
for robbers and all manners of criminality. So, because they are abandoned and people really do not understand that these are wastes. But you're also looking at it, for example, if you want to convert some of these skyscrapers to livable apartments, it's going to cost a whole lot of money. And now who is going to even let them? And there are properties that are even privately owned that are unoccupied all across on the island here. And the reason is because the rent are beyond the rooftop and businesses cannot afford it. You can imagine that you are renting a square kilometer here on the island, and it's about 3,000 naira. So,
naira?
Oh yes.
33,000 naira.
Per square kilometer. Per square meter. So if you live in 10 square meters, you know what that is for a rent. And then you pay service charge. So all these things put together make these houses really not profitable. They are not profitable. So what can we do? Is government also deliberately taking people away from the streets? And I think that's possible. If we reduce the size of our government and become leaner, we can convert the savings into critical investments, where, for example, we can remove these people from the streets and give them a livelihood by having farms where they have to work daily. They'll be paid daily to feed themselves, as they do in other parts of the world, where prisoners are not just let to remain inside the prison house. They are taken to factories, they are taken to farm. They work their money for their 3 square meal, and they have opportunity to make telephone. And government is making this provision, and they are contributing to the development of society. And I think those are the proactive steps that all tiers of government can take. So local government can start to have farms. and have farmhouses and get these people engaged and give them a living. You create like a hub for them. And there's a school there, there's a mosque, there's a church. And then they can have real social life in that environment, and they become real productive human beings rather than allow them to litter the street. State can take some of all this effort. Federal government can take some of all this effort. And then we create hub for production. And then, of course, we're not going to be import dependent, and would have solved the problem of hunger, solved the problem of housing, and also create wealth for the majority of people in the environment. It's not going to be done in one day, but if we are systematic about it and we are creative in thinking, it can be resolved.
Doc, what you said is laudable because even when we say vulnerable people, are they physically challenged? Even you see persons who are physically challenged coming up with one thing or the other. They have been empowered, or some of them empower themselves, and they're gainfully employed in one venture or the other. So even when we talk about vulnerable people, there are still contributions that these people are making. That's what I'm talking about, bringing them into a fold. When you bring them into a fold, there you are better able to identify them and perhaps what they can be useful for. That would really work. But again, if we're talking about reducing the size of government, the people would not also make it easy for government to reduce its size, because everybody or every area wants representation. Now we have people in the House of Reps. Every constituency, even when it's time for election, you have certain area within the constituency saying it's our turn to go. So if they were even given the chance to divide certain constituencies so that they can have some representation, they will do that. We still see regions clamoring for additional states. And some states saying, no, we're supposed to have more than 18 local governments. We're supposed to have 20 local governments. So these are part of the problem. The people too are part of government having more people than it necessarily needs on board.
Yeah, but you see, leadership is pathfinding. Not everybody is born to lead. Some people are just bound to follow. And they have the wherewithal to follow. So when you have a leader is to think for the majority of the people and say, this is where we are going. So what we have had is that you're having, for example, take for example Lagos, the city of Lagos. You go to the city of Kano and you see non-state actors taking over the streets. And government agents there are not even able to have even sort of exact authority. So this is where you find yourself, and you are seeing that these people are taking taxes. I was coming to work yesterday. My car stopped at Oworosoki overheating. For me to just solve the problem of overheating, people came around me and said to me, I must pay them. And I said, for which work now? And they said, this is our chairman here. They have structures taking revenue on behalf of government. And in short, when we were talking, one last man came here and they introduced him, and the last myself is calling the Maoga. You see, these are the kind of environment where we have found ourselves, and this is the real problem in our society, because the state government seems to be encouraging some of all these things. And if we are really determined to make the city work, we must be proactive in the way we solve problems.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's the conversation we're talking about, housing and development. If the government, I remember vividly during Fashola's time when he was in the cabinet of former President Muhammadu Buhari, it was during his administration that the Ministry of Works and Housing was separated into two, and it was given the Ministry of Works, and that of Housing was occupied by another cabinet member, by another person, a minister to that effect. So we expect that the Ministry of Housing would be doing better by now, by way of suggesting policy roadmaps for the government to improve upon and to provide efficient and sufficient houses for Nigeria in all strata of society. We'll draw a conclusion on that conversation. We're going to break. When we return, we will be looking at another conversation, policy discourse from the foreign scene, where Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala says 2025 is critical for the World Trade Organization amid geopolitical tensions, trade, and challenges. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Festac, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of legendary contemporary Nigerian artists, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Festac 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souq Enlightenment.
Muhammad
Welcome back and many thanks for joining us on the program. In business and economy, and of course I heard development, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is the Director General and Chairman of the World Trade Organization, has said that world trade will be affected by negotiations and geopolitical tensions. It's going to affect trade. It's going to pose some form of challenges to the trade relationships between Nigeria and the United States, between the United States and Mexico, China, Canada, you just name it, between the BRICS countries and the European bloc. We're not unaware why that is going to happen, because the newly sworn in President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, has, issued out executive actions, policies that will affect these countries. It only goes to show that the United States of America is a power bloc and could turn things around by making one statement and the world will face another direction. The President of the United States can make one statement and it will affect the stock exchange. It could affect the stock exchange, not just in the United States, in the world and in other countries. And this is what we will be dealing with today. So, because it's coming from Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, a lady, we're going to be starting with blessing on this matter. Your auntie.
Oh yes, my big auntie.
said it's going to be, world trade is going to be affected by this geopolitical tension. And I tell you, sometimes I just want to imagine, let's assume there's not going to be geopolitical tension. If oil is going to go back, probably maybe below $60 and not 81 or 75 or 76 as it is at the moment, and how it's going to affect Nigeria, how it's going to affect, she mentioned the Ukraine and Russia war, she mentioned Israel, Palestine with Hamas. Where are we going? Do you share a perspective?
Well, I share the perspective because it's a growing concern. The concern keeps growing with the dimension that these geopolitical tensions assume each day. Now, it was at a certain level in 2024, and it has escalated to another level in 2025 with Donald Trump becoming the United States 47th president and the executive orders and directives that he gave on the first day of assuming office as president of the US. So, and there have been reactions, though those reactions are yet to grow or become policies, but countries like China, countries like Mexico and Canada have spoken about retaliating against the tariff that Trump has imposed on them. That's one. Now, this geopolitical tensions escalated for the first time to a certain level after so many years when the Russia-Ukraine war started. Before then, there have been trade wars between US and China, but it wasn't at the level that it became one you would find a physical war. So it was just a thing of tariff. US imposes tariff on China, China reciprocates, and then they make one policy, China retaliates. That had been it. And that had been it too for some other countries. Except for the Middle East, where we knew that there was always this tension between Israel, Palestine, and even those within Hamas and all, but it was not a full-blown war as we're beginning to see today. But once the Russia and Ukraine war started, and then we saw how there was this rallying behind the two countries. We saw how there was obvious factionalization, and so it was easy to say, oh, this is an ally of this country, this is an ally of the others. We saw Europe rallying behind Ukraine and providing support, and we saw China and some other country rallying behind Russia. So it became obvious where everybody allied to, or who they were forming alliance with. That too affected trade. And at that time, the World Trade Organization Director General, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, was even warning. But we saw the effect of that in the disruption of supply chain, in food scarcity, in the increase in price of commodities globally. And then with this new imposition of tariff by the US, under the decision to protect US and US to be for US, the MAGA, make America great again, the MAGA concept. And we're going to see more of that, because if Canada, China, and Mexico live up to their words and come up with retaliatory policies, of course, it will further fragmentize or lead to fragmentation of the world. We are also seeing economic blocs form and also making a decision and move against the economy of other countries. Now, you may not say that is exactly what it is. Maybe my words maybe sound so tough, but that's what it is.
the BRICS nation, the de-dollarization move, it is targeted or is going to affect the American economy because they are targeting the dollar, which is one of the strong reasons why the American economy is as solid as it is. So they want to provide an alternative to the dollar. If that succeeds, they've been triers. And if that succeeds, it also means that the reliance on the dollar as the universal currency for trade will change. That also too would affect the value of the dollar, and it will also affect the US economy. Now, to make sure that doesn't happen, US too is buffering and coming up with certain moves to ensure it doesn't happen. Recall that Donald Trump has said if they think US will stand idle and watch for that to happen, then they're joking. So these issues playing at the same time is resulting in a huge threat to global trade. Because if it escalates more than this, it then means that certain changes will be made to trade agreements. We will not see that cooperation that the world is looking for. Changes will happen to bilateral relations, and it will result in supply chain disruptions. And when elephants fight, it's the grass that suffer. So who are the grasses that will suffer here? It's countries that are dependent on these powerful nations for services, for products that will suffer. So they too might want to start looking for ways to protect themselves, make up policies and begin to produce certain goods that they rely heavily on for some other nations to provide for them. So at the end of the day, we're not seeing global cooperation, we're seeing global fragmentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I remember vividly the point you just raised where President Donald Trump was saying that he's going to give the BRICS nations some form of breather, some form of respite, if they do not carry out their threat by replacing by bringing up another currency to replace the dollar, that they're not going to trade with the dollar, that they shouldn't even think of that. So let's assume, Doctor, let me just assume you are President Donald Trump, or let me call you Dr. Trump Idaosa.
No. I don't need
let me just assume that you are the United States president.
You could call him, you could call him an admirer of President Trump.
I'm trying to see the way the United States is going to wiggle out, negotiate its way using bilateral negotiation, or how to outfox the BRICS nations and other countries out of this quagmire. It seems more like a dilemma. Do you see them coming out unscathed?
Well, senior mentors in international relations have expressed their fear about what they feel a Donald Trump disruption will cause to the international space or community. But I'm completely very different about those worries, because I'm finding an environment today really where we're going to have a more equitable world, where people have to take responsibilities for their lives. Yesterday, I was so enthused to hear Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa speaking out and say, Donald Trump, take your America. South Africa does not belong to you. We will govern our own South Africa the way we want it. You can do with America the way you want. And I think that for me is an opportunity. I'm not saying sure that globalism has actually helped Africa, unfortunately. So Africa must begin to find its feet and identity, taking advantage of this offering that Donald Trump is presenting to the world. So that if Americans need me, I will charge them premium. If I need them, they can charge me premium. And then it will just be sweet for everybody. Because what globalization has done, just referring to Jenkins' work, globalization and its content, is that some certain part of the world are empowered and now taking decision for the majority of the rest part of the world in terms of trade. Look at the volume of trade imbalance. WHO has never been able to balance that. Has always skewed to the West. So I think that this affords us opportunity, like China did some years ago under Chairman Mao Zedong, to fence off their country for a period of 30 years. The war did not sink. There was no World War fought. But it brought about a more resilient, a more united China. They took advantage of that exclusion for that 30-year period to even evolve a new language to make China more uniform. So I don't think people should be afraid about the death of globalism, or what some people attack the World Federation. I don't think it's one world government that solves our problem. What will solve the global problem is a president that are elected to govern their nations should take the responsibility of building the lives of their people, taking advantage of what nature has provided for them. And then we can then compete without anybody putting limitations on what we can do. So Africa can decide to say, well, this is what we have. We have to be more united among ourselves, foster bond of brotherhood because of the proximity of our environment. And I think that is what is going to happen. And I'm not sure that it's going to seriously distort, like people have said, that of course world trade will be distorted. I don't think so. Because what is happening here is negotiation at its best. I've said it from day one. Donald Trump was inaugurated, that Donald Trump is a negotiator. He's not just a disruptor, he's a negotiator. And all he's doing is that he's trying to present a posture to the world that makes America look as the most important country to the world. And if you need us, you need to play to our terms. Okay. But I think that nations are waking up to those responsibilities so that the skewness in the international order can be addressed.
Well, America was seen as the police of the world. And when it comes, of course, every other part of the world, tends to shiver to know what is happening. For Canada, I think Canada equally wants to show that, look, we are a sovereign country, we are a sovereign nation.
And they're powerful too.
Yeah, yes, so you can't just threaten us, notwithstanding the fact that we're just 40 million people here. And it will look like a defeat if they don't speak for themselves. Given the relationship that the European Union, the United States of America, Canada, the relationship that exists with these three people, or these three blocks, I've not even envisaged that they might have a fractured relationship. I think they are all just playing to the gallery, or try to bring Mr. President Donald Trump to a place whereby, look, yes, this is what you're saying, but at the long run, this is not what's going to happen.
Yeah, but look at
for China.
I guess Canada.
Yes.
What did he say? I love the people of Canada, but I don't like their leadership.
Okay.
So witness issues really is not about
business and trade.
It's not about
it's
whether he has a problem with a particular place. It's actually looking at the way the world is currently wired. Blessing said just now, the war between Russia and Ukraine. It's actually not war between Russia and Ukraine. It's war between NATO and Ukraine and Russia. So it is not about Ukraine. It's actually about NATO, which is, of course, again, a global institution. And where is this money derived from? The money America is funding it hugely. And Donald Trump is saying, I will fund that war. I will fund it. So these are the things that we're going to begin to see. And it's not a myth.
I think you're almost getting to where I was going.
The last 4 years that Donald Trump had to be in America, on the forefront of America, America was only one war front, and that was in Afghanistan, and he was working hard to pull them out. America didn't enter into any war, and they didn't fight anybody. And that is also what we're going to expect and see, that Donald Trump is saying, you are not going to use American resources to create and destabilize the globe. Let American fund what is happening itself and let the world take care of itself. He said this when he appeared in 2017 at the United Nations, and he said, I am elected to govern America, and I think all of you are elected to govern your country. You govern your country so I can govern my own country. This is where we are. So we cannot be saying, oh, in the name of coming together, and then of course we are pulling resources to sell people's arm or whatever technology they need to sell.
Okay, so let's assume the United States, President Donald Trump, for lack of a better word, is working against the administration or the person of Mr. Justin Trudeau to leave because of his policies that are contrary to the ideology of the Republican government.
Contrary to common sense.
Let's look at it from that, and then let us equally look at that part of American president that is concerned about the Russian-Ukraine war, or like you call it, the Russian-NATO war, that, look, I am not going to give my resources to you anymore. And it looks as if it's a resource war. Do you not think it's a negotiation? Now, I need Blessing to actually come in here because I'm just consider my question a rhetoric. Do you not think that little by little, Trump is indirectly doing the bidding of Mr. Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia? Now look, if I don't sponsor NATO, the war between you and Ukraine will die a natural death.
I don't think that Trump is doing the bidding of Putin or doing the bidding of anybody. Because let's even use his personality as an example. Trump is not one who can be a stooge. He's not one who can be a figurehead. That's aside. Now, look at the war between Russia and Ukraine, or as Doc says, Russia and NATO. It was unnecessary. But NATO and Ukraine, with their move, forced the hand of Russia. Take it back some years ago, when that situation almost happened between Russia and America over Cuba. But Russia retreated when America said, no, this can happen. You can't cite your military, you can't have your military arsenal at our backyard because of how close geographically Cuba is to America. Russia retreated. So when Russia raised the same concern with NATO's presence and Ukraine joining NATO, why did NATO back out? Now, even if Ukraine and Russia had some frosty relationship, even though they used to be same country under the USSR, I think it would have been left for Russia and Ukraine to handle their issues, for the fact that NATO knew very well that any acceptance of Ukraine into NATO, there would be a conflict or an escalated conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Then they should not even have come into play. Even right now, Ukraine's position in NATO has not even been ratified. So it's more like the main reason you wanted to become part of this association, organization, you have not even gotten it. But there's a war already. And there have been support from US under the guise of aid to Ukraine. There have been support of Europe to Ukraine under the guise of aid to Ukraine. But Russia is left behind. And Russia is seen as the offender here because it is said Russia invaded Ukraine. But what led to that invasion? Now, Donald Trump doesn't believe in the narrative that is being put forward that Russia is the offender here. And so he does not want to put US money in causes that he doesn't believe. So it's a matter of, I am the leader of this country. There are certain principles I believe in. There are certain ideologies I believe in, and that he thinks makes sense.
So he's aligning the US with principles he believes in and he thinks are just. And when the US was the father of everybody, police of the world, did it really work out well for the
I think
world?
they're still doing it.
No. If Donald Trump goes with what he wants to do, giving his executive orders and directives and going with what he plans to do, America will be taking their hands off a lot of things that shouldn't necessarily be their business.
Okay.
Because in places where America has been involved as the peacekeeper, have there really been peace, really, in those places? Let's look at what happened in Libya. Let's look at what happened in Afghanistan and in several other areas where we've had the UN peacekeeping mission. If those peacekeeping missions were to be investigated...
Iraq and Kuwait, they were in there, they brought about peace.
Oh, really? So at what cost?
Yes, because Iraq wanted to take over Kuwait.
At the cost of civilization.
No, at what cost? So really, Donald Trump knows that certain causes that the US and the UN have been pushing, really, they didn't need to. And some of them have outlived their relevance. So it's time for them to focus. They can focus on their country. But what I'm more concerned about is how they go about focusing on their country. Now, this tariff plans that he plans to, this tariff that he plans to impose on other countries, yes, it's a way of backing to say, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And so other countries are looking, well, can we afford for him to do this? Is there a way to force the hand of the US at this time? So it's going to be, what I see happening for global trade, it's going to be a power play. Who has the better advantage winning it all or winning most part of it? So if Doc is saying that there's going to be equity, I don't think there's going to be equity. I think what is just going to happen, we're going to see more power play. And every country doing an assessment to say, evaluating what are our strengths, what can we play at, what can we push forward, how much advantage do we have. So it's going to be an advantage game. Now, if you do not ensure that you're building advantage in some areas, you are going to be on the receiving end.
Great. Doc, now, Doc, I need you to address this. The United States was known for not just policing the world. Economically, they came to power during the Second World War. The First World War, they were not known anywhere because they were still operating the protectionism policy that made them stay back. And other players were at the forefront of the game, and they really had it. Donald Trump's disposition could be taking the United States back to that prism where the World Trade Organization, the United States can lose control over it.
Yeah.
It can lose control over NATO. It can lose control over the economic relations and over the economic godfather role it plays by giving aid to other countries that made other countries depend on them and to be loyal to the United States of America. Now, Madam Ngozi is saying it's going to bring geopolitical tension. If the United States completely withdraws, it looks like Russia and China is pushing out. That's like an opposite. Where will it take the United States to the disadvantage?
No, I don't think so. And I'm not assuring anyone that America is going to pull out of its influence globally. But I think what is important, and I think that's what we all have to understand. Take, for example, when Donald Trump came, he spoke about issues in the Middle East. And one of the crises that he found that is in the Middle East is the issue of injustice. Before Donald Trump came, there was a huge and massive anti-Semitic protests among young Americans who were made to believe that, for example, Israel was the aggressor. And what did the president say? He says, if there was no October 7, there wouldn't have been any form of aggression. So how do you deal with the aggression in the Middle East without addressing the issue of October 7? Unprovoked attack. These are the things creating tension in the world. That you have regimes who are funding pockets of insurgents, pockets of criminality all around the globe. That's actually creating the tensions. And he's saying, I'm not going to be involved in that. I want a world that is peaceful, where nations can talk to themselves and agree without necessarily getting into war. He has said, if I were in power, the Russia war would not happen. Even the adoption that happened on October 7 would not have happened. So you're finding a world that is in a state of inequity, because some people are pushing some certain form of agenda of political correctness against the other kind of human beings. And he is not just speaking to politicians, even including religion. Recently he said about Pope, and he said, oh, Pope, consider that I'm not a Christian. I'm a Christian and I'm proud about it. And I will not be a president of America and Christians are humiliated. It will not happen. So what he's saying is that we cannot assume or pretend to see the injustices that is happening all across the globe, and then in the name of political correctness, everyone is trying to play the game of being popular. He has chosen himself to be unpopular. If he's going to withdraw in what is happening, we don't have to be talking about the last season in South Africa that the main media are not talking about, which is also an issue of injustice. So he sees what is happening globally. He wants to trade globally, but he is saying that how can we reduce costs? In short, Dodge, which of course Elon Musk is hoping to cut from American daily spending about $4.5 billion daily to reduce the burden which America is carrying. America is the greatest debtor in the world as we speak. And how can you have that humongous debt on your shoulder and you are still acquiring more? And I think a sensible regime must be thinking about how to go down on this indebtedness. The printing of dollars that have depreciated the dollar and its value. That people are not hedging against dollar anymore. That people are not starting to hedge against gold. Now, so these are the challenge that face the president of America. And this is the issue he needs to deal with. Not what necessarily is happening to the world. I'm not sure that it's a kind of a repeat of the Monroe Doctrine, but I think it's the fact that you have a world that is equitable, where people do what they are supposed to do, and America is not overstepping its bound, and it's also playing within the bigger picture of creating an atmosphere at home where its citizens are not hungry, its citizens are not having neglect in terms of infrastructure. Some roads in America for past 30 years have not been maintained, and new ones are not built. So these are challenges that the American itself faces. So you have to pay attention to your home condition before you begin to determine what happened elsewhere in the world.
And just to add, I think Nigeria should borrow relief from Donald Trump, because Nigeria have been playing big brother to Africa for a very long time. But what has Nigeria gotten from the younger ones that it has been playing big brother to, giving support to some African countries where Nigeria needs support, even military support, even having Nigerian soldiers fight for other African countries as in peacekeeping missions and all. So I think Nigeria needs to learn from what Donald Trump is doing by preferring America first, protecting America first, and doing what is right for America and by Africans. And I've said this on this table, it is time for Nigeria to revisit trade agreements, bilateral relations that it has with other countries. And where our foreign policies are against us or don't favor us, then they should be reworked.
All right. And lastly, within this conversation, some of the utterances of President Donald Trump seem to be taking effect.
Oh, yes.
Because
you heard that Kenya.
What do they want?
What do they want?
Yes. Why are they leaving?
Why are they leaving?
Why are they leaving the World Health Organization?
Oh,
why?
If you remember, in 2020, the COVID year, Kenya was doing well in terms of managing their COVID before the World Health Organization disrupted the whole conversation, that there were local solutions, and those local solutions seems to be rubbished by the position of the WHO. WHO. So you find that nations are beginning to sit down to actually consider some of these pronouncements, and that is why I always want to push that conspiracy theory that whatever the West is pushing to us, in the name of these institutions that emerged after the victory of the Second World War, we have to be very cautious.
We are the one benefiting the most health-wise from the WHO, the African.
About, for example, vaccinations that is making Kenyans non-productive by research, because the content of those vaccinations that WHO brought to Kenya is actually destroying the reproductive health of Kenyans. Now, if you also remember that it's only recently that people have been pushing in the northern part of Nigeria to accept vaccine because of its perception.
Yes.
So, you see, there are some certain things that people are pushing that we have to be wary of, that they seem to be for your interest. We need to look with a binocular lens whether they are actually for our interest or they are meant to serve certain interests, which may not really be good for us, but only good for the others.
You know, that one thing that some of us or some part of the world are still missing is the role of US and the influence of US. You can't undermine the influence of the US. So, WHO, some countries have had one or two issues to think about the way the organization has been running, particularly with the COVID-19 era and the way they dispensed their policies and the vaccines and some other things that happened. But you know, when someone who you place in high repute comes up to speak about a thing that you've had concern for, and it aligns with your thoughts, it aligns with your reasoning, you now have more reason to dig deeper into that thing and like, aha, I said it before, I thought about it, let's take a look at this. Do we really need to be part of this organization? Do we need to conform to their rules, to their policies? And that's what happened. You know, the other day when we talked about the US withdrawing, that it might result in other countries now scrutinizing WHO more and assessing their membership of the WHO and then coming to a decision whether or not to remain with WHO. So the US is still a big player. The influence of the US cannot be undermined.
Thank you very much, Blessing. And for me, Kenya, I was thinking probably you would have left before the United States actually leave. However, for Nigeria, I would say, please don't leave. Stay there, continue to get the aids, and make sure you open your eyes to look at every vaccine and every goodies that is coming from the WHO, so that we are able to manage whatever perception we already have about them. And on that spot, we're going to break. When we return, Poster Perspective will be in your face. To stay with us.
A British Indian colony, which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Souq Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life. Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially.
We've
value your voice and perspectives. We are passionate about building a social media community that's inclusive, engaging, and meaningful. Every thought, every post, every perspective counts. And this is why you should not miss Posts and Perspectives every weekday on Souq News Television. You can join the conversation by following us on our social media platforms at Souq News TV. Together, we can build a vibrant online community. Do not be left out. All right, welcome to Posts and Perspectives right here on Souq News Television. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and of course, you know I do not do this alone. The guys are here to give one or two thoughts on the different feedback that we have from people on social media. Priya is here, Blessing, and of course, Doc. How are you guys doing?
Hello, Evelyn.
Very quickly, let's get right into it. My very first story this morning, President Tinubu approves University of Environment for Ogoni. Let's see what you make of the conversation. Patrick Durojai says, we do not need a university to clean up a community. Just as Doc said, universities are created to solve problems. We need to be forward thinking in Nigeria. Swift, the sugar mummy of Lagos, Jones, says it's important for their children to be educated. Ogoni people deserve special treatment. And Gladys Godwin has this to say, the Ogoni have been or has been at the forefront of our development and agitation and have suffered enough environmental degradation. Hashtag Ogoni cleanup, hashtag the front burners. And Felix Chukwemeka says, blessing, blessing, you are doing well. We are not going to the university with lives. I wonder why he had to call you 2 times. But then, Priya, what do you think? Especially with what, Patrick said that we don't need a university to clean up a community. Do you think this is really the right step in the right direction, or it's just the government wanting to buy the loyalty or, the favor of people from Ogoni land?
Okay, for me, I think the siting of the university in Ogoni land, it's a good development. However, it shouldn't have been the priority. But I want the Ogoni people to accept university with 2 hands and also demand that the environment be cleaned.
All right, thank you so much for that short and straight to the point. Okay, let's move on to our next story this morning, and this one is on FEC approving road construction across Nigeria. James Agada says, are all of this in the budget? Oh, sorry. Which budget are we even operating? Okay. And Anas Bujo at Obasoge 22 says, Minister, let us see one federal road being constructed or repair. What's repair? Anas Bujo? Okay, I think he wants to say repaired. Okay, it's repaired in Edo State with some of this money, please. And Element says, since independence, the Nigeria government has been constructing roads till date, and there's no major city in this country with a finished road project. And the vibe says, it is one thing to approve and another to implement. Please, we need setting up of committee to ensure that this job is done. Doc, here we go again, committee upon the committee. And there are people that, especially with what Element said, that since independence we have been hearing construction of this road, that road. When exactly are we going to leave road construction and focus on other things?
Somebody once said, if you don't want anything done, you set up committees.
Okay.
So,
like the one NLC are saying the federal government wants to set up.
That committees are what we need.
Yeah.
And I think we just need, as a people, to be sincere with ourselves.
Okay.
First and foremost, and I think that's a big problem.
Right.
It's not just about government itself; it's also about the contractors. It's also about the people themselves, who are also obstructing whatever thing that government is doing. Government approves road construction in a certain place. The people who asking for divert from government officials and contractors, they must also understand that that route is for their good. And that it's not just government about governments assigning money. They should actually be at the forefront of holding the contractors accountable to ensure that those routes are finished. But unfortunately, what do you see? They ask their own part or share of the cake, and then they don't now have the moral power to demand work done. And I think this is where the problem is. So it's not about government. If government signed and said, let's road be constructed, people should be at the forefront. But what we've seen over the years is that people own thieves in this part of the world. As long as the thief belongs to your community, it's our own thief. And I think that attitude needs to cease so that we can see development on ground.
Thank you so much for that. Let's move on to the next story. NLC-TUC suspend nationwide strike. And Obiasogo David has this to say. What's more annoying is the reason NLC gave for suspending the strike. Joe Ajaero said that Tinubu's government has approved to set up a larger committee to review the entire tariff structure. Have larger committees in Nigeria ever produced anything other than waste of time? Obasogo is asking. And Henry MD Don P says NLC strike was very unnecessary. NLC TUC are now looking so weak. That's what happened when you always use your strong tool, that is strike, anyhow. Pray, do you think that this particular NLC under the leadership of Joe Ajaero is, many have considered it to be the weakest we've had since the creation of that particular union?
I can't refer to the NLC as well. The government actually beat the NLC to fall in line.
How?
Look at Joe Ajaero. He was abused last year when he was fighting against the government, some of the government policies that he felt was not in the right perspective for Nigerian workers. He went to Imo State and he was beating black and blue. Did the police officers did they come to his aid? Did anybody did the government take anybody?
But there are people that believe that happened because Joe Ajaero
was taking side.
Political side. It was being partisan.
So what I think Joe Ajaero should do, or the Nigerian Labour Congress, what I think they should do is to have a one-on-one conversation with the people they are representing, Nigerians. How do we forge a common front to make sure we get results? That's what they should do.
All right, thank you so much for your thoughts, your submissions. It's been a wonderful time, talking with you on Post and Perspectives.
Taking that question to pray was suspect. He was part and parcel of the people who drank tea. And then, of course, they have to pull it off.
I'm glad you asked me.
There's a conspiracy against you on this table.
NLC on this table. Why take the matter to NLC? How can you be a judge in your own cause?
NLC, why did you suspend the strike? I should start calling you NLC now. But, it's a wonderful conversation with you on the show. That's the show. That's Post and Perspectives for today. We'll make a return tomorrow for another interesting conversation. But stick around. Halftime comes up. You want to know what's happening in the ever-bubbling world of sports. TC Barra is on standby to bring you that. But that will be right after this time out.
Of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa (UBA), demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Halftime right here on the Front Burners. This is Souq News Television. Yours truly has the responsibility to bring to you the money side of sports. Let's start off with Fox, who have pulled in a record revenue for the Super Bowl. It said sometime in November they had sold out its inventory for the Super Bowl LIX, and Fox Sports is celebrating its most lucrative Super Bowl yet with a double-digit number of sports selling for $8 million, according to a source. I'm going to tell you more about the Super Bowl tomorrow, but let me also let you know that the Los Angeles Lakers Dallas Maverick games, which is supposed to be held on the 9th of April in Dallas, have seen ticket price soar $257 from $200, about 8% increase since the trade. Now it's the second highest which has been recorded in basketball. Now the highly anticipated game is going down between the Dallas Mavericks and the Los Angeles Lakers, and it will showcase star players such as Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis. This matchup does mark Doncic's return to Dallas following a trade for Davis, and that's drawn significant fan interest due to both teams being strong contenders in the Western Conference. So the game is expected to be one of the most sought after tickets of the season and features elite talents and critical players. There are a lot of sites,
showing how you can purchase some of these tickets for free. But be careful so you do not go purchasing from a scam page. I mean, you know what the effect of that will be. Still keeping up with sports deals and business, EA Sports has acquired Tracker Technologies, and that's to tap into its tracking tech. It's geared at boosting the publisher's capabilities for ball and player tracking, and that will be used in the development of video games such as the EA Sports FC, along with its goals for the EA Sports app. Yesterday, we had transfer deadline, so I'm just going to be sharing with you some completed deals right here on the show. While Tottenham Hotspur signed France under-21 forward Mathys Tel, and that was from Bayern Munich, and he came through Tottenham on loan. And this deal was probably the most headline deal yesterday. We saw the 19-year-old earlier reportedly rejecting Tottenham Hotspur, but now he's going to be moving to the North London club, and you wonder what a swift turnaround. It's just like a lady turning down a proposal for a man and suddenly discovering he could be a potential. But then we're hearing that Tottenham have an option to buy him in the summer for £45 million. Tel has gone on to make 83 appearances for Bayern since joining from French club Rennes, and that was in 2022. He scored 16 goals and provided 7 assists. Kudos to him. Let's see how he fits into sports. Well, Manchester City has signed Porto midfielder Nico Gonzalez, and that's for £50 million to take their January spending to £180 million. It's the second biggest outlay worldwide in the January window history, and behind, just a little bit behind Chelsea's £274 million in 2023. Gonzalez is City's 5th signing of the winter transfer window. You know, he penned a 4.5-year contract. The 23-year-old Spaniard began his senior career with Barcelona in 2019 and went on to join Porto in July 2023. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of some completed deals. We saw Axel Disasi, go from Chelsea to Aston Villa on loan. Masha Munetsi, Rem Wolves. It's an undisclosed deal. Then we saw Carlos Alcaraz from Flamengo to Everton on loan. And then Nasa Giga, Red Star Belgrade to Wolves, and it's undisclosed, talking about the details. Ben Chilwell, Chelsea Crystal Palace on loan. Mathys Tel, like I mentioned, Bayern Munich to Tottenham on loan. Nico Gonzalez, I told you about that. Eli Junior Krupi, FC Lorient to Bournemouth. The deal is undisclosed. Sumto Boniface from Chelsea to Ipswich, undisclosed. Alex Palmer, West Brom to Ipswich, undisclosed. Tyler Bindon, Reading to Nottingham, undisclosed. Marco Asensio, Paris Saint-Germain to Aston Villa on loan. Evan Ferguson from Brighton to West Ham on loan. Stefanos Zimas from Nuremberg to Brighton, £20.8 million. Well, some Nigerians were not left out in all of the deals that wrapped up yesterday in the English Premier League. We saw Middlesbrough pick up the Nigerian international, talking about Kelechi Iheanacho, on loan from Sevilla. So he successfully underwent medical examinations with an English Championship club, Middlesbrough. He's one of the household names in the current Super Eagles of Nigeria setup right now, and he's set to join the club on loan until the end of the current season. Reports indicate that Middlesbrough will have the option to make the transfer permanent after the conclusion of the ongoing season. So he had a struggle in Sevilla, but then we're seeing that move to Middlesbrough as an opportunity for him to, reinvent himself. Nigerian striker Junior Ajayi has officially completed his transfer to Al Hilal Benghazi, one of Libya's top football clubs known for their storied history and passionate fan base. So that's all I got for you this morning, and I'm going to be moving you to someone who we moved over to Souq News Television for an undisclosed fee and a permanent deal, none other than the delectable Blessing. Or should I just keep her and ask Priya to do the honors? Priya? So how much did we get Priya for now?
Thank you very much, TC. I like the £180 million. I like how it sounds, and I like if it is my pocket and in my bank account so that I can use it for something very, very undisclosed.
We need to be on the broad banner. We need to examine Priya, whether is the share of the sold of a real estate somewhere. Or was it what came out of the team meeting yesterday?
Yeah, I told Blessing I was going to buy my house when we were talking about the
After
house.
the team meeting?
Yes. Well, whether it's after the team meeting or not, he made me said yes. Anyways, it's fine. So, Doc, we're wrapping up.
Thank you. It's been quite an honor here having you stay on the other side, having us talk about issues that affect all of us. And we'll be here again tomorrow to do it. Yours, Osama Zaid Hausa.
And I'm Blessing Aichi. Thank you for your time with us. Tomorrow will be another time, 7 a.m. West African time, for the front burners to light up.
And I am Krumale. Many thanks for watching, and see you tomorrow.
You're still watching Souq Podcast, and we're here with another guest, of course, who's come to celebrate with us on this historic, momentous event. I'm talking about the presbyter and chaplain in charge of the Methodist Church of Nigeria, in the person of Very Reverend Dr. William Andote Papo, who joins us today on Souq Podcast. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for gracing this occasion. It's a pleasure having you over, sir. So, tell us, so far, what your thoughts are with regards to what we are doing, or the wonderful work that we're doing here at Souq News Television, because we represent development, we represent positivity, we represent growth and value addition as far as the Nigerian, nation is concerned, and of course Africa, and by extension the world. So far, with what you have witnessed up until this moment, what are your thoughts?
Thank you very much for having me in this program. You have started something, but it is not the beginning. It has started long ago. Everything begins with a concept, with a little idea. And when the idea is developed, it becomes a great thing. And from what we are seeing today, we can see the glory of God. We can see a lot of hard work, and we can see a lot of resources that have been put together to have this great place and a great event today. And I have had time to have a chat with the founder, Mr. Femi Walsh, and he has a dream to do something innovative, something creative, something new, different from the usual communication things that we see every day, just reporting. But he has something to give originality, which is a very good idea, because that is what we need. We need creativity day by day. We don't just have to keep on doing the same thing what was done centuries ago and decades ago, but we have to use the resources and development that God has given us in this age to start something new. And that is what I have seen that he's doing. And he's such a person who, when he's doing something, he puts all his commitment into it. He shows the fear of God in all things and makes sure that he gets God's blessings at every stage where he's starting something new or something sort of developing something new. So I can see Souq TV and the IS radio station making breakthrough beyond the walls of this nation, beyond Africa, and making a blast in the world, bringing something new into the world, bringing something that would make people wake up to know that we have to develop, we have to be creative, we have to improve the world that the Lord has given to us.
God sent Jesus Christ to live as a family person, and then to work, and then to change the idea of labor being a sort of a punitive thing into something glorious, something dignified, something rewarding, something refreshing, something leading from one step to the other. And this is something that is a challenge to us all, and to Souq TV and the IF. That would be the advice to tell you that move on, make great strides. The sky is the limit, and you will really make it. Not forgetting the fear of God at every stage.
Now, what do you think the media in Nigeria is lacking so far and needs to do more at this point in time?
There is always something more to be done. Now we are not talking of the scientific age, we are not talking of the computer age. Now we are talking of AI. And talking of AI means that we have to continue to explore and exploit the new things that are coming into our world today. And knock away the negative ones. Pick up the positive. Shoot it up. Push it up. And the world will become a better place for us all.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. William Alotepapo. He is the presbyter and chaplain in charge of the Methodist Church of Nigeria.
Grace Chapel.
Grace Chapel.
Grace Chapel.
Many thanks for joining us. We appreciate the time.
This next one is very powerful. Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. God is so great. So great. I can't relate. He does something. I've never seen a man who does something like Jesus Christ. Do you know? Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. I don't know. Do you know? Ask somebody. So great, so great. I can't relate. He does something. I've never seen a man who does something. Lift your hands, let me hear you sing for it. He is Lord. He is Lord. He is Lord. Amen. He has risen from the dead. He is Lord. Hallelujah. Every knee shall bow. Every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord.
All right, you're still watching Souq Podcast, where we are celebrating our very own establishment, talking about Femi Walsh Limited, Femi Walsh Media Limited, owners of Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 FM. It's been absolutely terrific so far. Incredible scenes, I tell you. Really, really beautiful stuff. And we've had some wonderful guests grace the occasion. One of them is with me this very moment. She's an industry player and one who is absolutely excellent at it. I'm talking about none other than Mrs. Love Oyedoku. She's our guest today on Souq Podcast. Thank you for joining us, Mrs. Oyedoku.
Thank you so much for having me.
So far, have we met expectations? I mean, the event, some people have had, one thing to say, others have had other things to say, but in your opinion or your view, what would you say about what you've seen here today?
Thank you so much for having me. I would say from what I have seen, from my own perspective, my own views, you guys surpassed my expectation. I wasn't coming to see the sophisticated equipment that I saw on ground today. That's truly marvelous. It's truly marvelous.
Interesting. I'm glad that we made it to your good books. So let me ask a question that I find or I consider at this moment in time very, very important or very critical. Because what we stand for as a brand is positivity, essentially, and value addition, value creation, and value addition. We do business, economy, and development. So we're committed to growing whatever it is that comes our way, whether it's your business, whatever venture, and pushing out the positive side of what people see as otherwise in Lagos, in Nigeria, in Africa, as it were. Now, what would you say as a broadcast journalist, someone who's done it for a while, what would you say has been missing so far with regards to the fourth estate of the realm here in Nigeria, talking about the media, with regards to governance, with regards to growth, with regards to development on the surface? What would you say is missing and we need to do more of, or that you would like to see more of as a practitioner?
What I would say is truly missing is training and retraining of broadcast journalists, and also if there's a way they can curb the activities of those who just have the phone and they feed the journalists, they put everything, dish all sorts out there on social media, that will help a lot, because it's kind of putting us, the real practitioners, at an end where we're all saying as journalists, we are doing jungle journalism, but that is not the case. The ethics of the profession no longer uphold the way it should, the way we are taught in school. The ethics is missing. These days you see most of our Souq colleagues, they go after the money. He who pays the piper, they say, dictates the tune, and that is become the order of the day, which I believe shouldn't be. So if those values, those ethics could be brought back into the consciousness or the subconscious of the practitioners, and see how we can take this out there so that they know that what they are saying on social media most of the time doesn't emanate from us. So if that can be taken care of, I believe, sanitize, let me use the word sanitize, we need to sanitize the media. A lot of work needs to be done, not gagging the media, but we need to do a lot. Maybe at our personal levels, individually, at home, wherever you are, let them know, people around you, that just owning a phone does not make you a journalist.
Interesting. Now, what are your recommendations, or better still, advice? What advice would you give the Femi Walsh Media Organization and other such organizations that are looking to channel positivity into the media space and, by extension, the country?
Okay, talking about recommendations, a lot of work needs to be done here. Before you get anyone on board, be sure that the person is a true professional. How do I mean? Not necessarily earning a degree certificate, but having gone through some sort of training, maybe journalism schools and all of that, that could equip you for the job with which you are intended to come into. But not having any pre-knowledge, education, or training of about journalism or broadcasting or the print, and you just come and dabble into it, I think that is where a lot of trouble comes in. So if employers can take this into consideration, not because of the fine face or because you can speak dictions and all of that, if they can put this at the forefront, it will go a long way in helping us as practitioners. Yeah,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Oyedo, for joining us.
Thank you so much.
That's a podcast, but still stay tuned. There's more to come. We're about to go inside and continue our partying because it's quite exciting in there. Stay tuned.
This next one is very powerful. Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. No, I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. God is so great, so great. And every day, He does something. I've never seen a man who does something like Jesus Christ. Do you know? Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. No, I don't know. Do you know?
So I've got to meet a new presenter of the Isle FM. Oh yes, she is Bumi Adeboye. Oh, give it up. That's just me fooling right there and catching some fun with this delectable woman. She's an event curator, and the beauty, the aesthetic beauty that you just see, the designs and all the props you've seen from today's event, she put it together. And I'm like, wow, this woman, you can really do a lot with any space given. Thank you so much for the great work.
And I'm going to say thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor working with amazing people.
Okay, it's a pleasure to have you here. You've been here for quite some days now, trying to see what we can do with the space and just give it a very beautiful look. And like I said, the designs that we see are great. But beyond that, having interacted with the family of Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM, being here today on the official launch, what's your perception about what's going on here? And what do you have to say about this TV and radio station officially launched today?
I must say that you guys have done extremely well. I'm not even sure I've seen any organization that has launched both the TV and the radio station all at once in one day. It's been such a feat, and I'm quite happy and proud of Femi Walsh Limited and the entire crew. The journey is interesting, and we can't wait to see it unfold into doing great in the next future.
All right, talking about future, for your industry, which is events, we could put that under the hospitality industry, is budding, and a lot is
Budding?
Yes,
it's evolved.
Okay,
It's
it's gone
evolved.
beyond budding. So tell us about that, and what you think Africa has to offer to the world, and how Souq News comes in to play a role in selling that industry and other industries to the world.
I'm going to say that event industry in Nigeria has not only evolved, but has taken the center stage in the sense that the kind of event we curate in Nigeria particularly can compare with any other part of the world. You can see how we treat this place under a few hours. And we've got amazing talent, brilliant talent in the event space. And you know what? Event industry is such a huge market, and I think yet untapped. So the way it is, what I see is in future is a good collaboration. If you guys can tap into it and launch deep into events, because I mean, there's the synergy is going to be amazing, and it should be able to latch onto that very quickly.
Yes, I want to say that for Africa, we're doing a whole lot. We've got that magic of giving, bringing on the Midas touch to everything that we get to do. So we touched events, we turned it into something else. I believe that other parts of the world want to come learn from us. So now is telling the story when it comes to business, economy, and development. And I know that Souq News TV and the Isle is turning it around. So just give us your wish. Tell us what you wish for Souq News TV and the Isle, and I know that wish definitely will come true.
With the kind of technology you have put in place and the way the launch has been today, you're up for a great start, and I can only wish you the best.
Thank
Congratulations
you so much.
again.
Thank you very much. I've been talking with an event curator, Bumi Adeboye.
And my event company is called Stylista.
I should style for this one.
Thank you for having me.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you.
And we say thank you so much for watching Souq Podcast today, a very special edition courtesy of the official launch of Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM. I am Blessing AJ.
Something like Jesus Christ. Do you know?
like an endless stream, dignitaries have been flowing in just to celebrate Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM. I have Comrade Victor Ononokono, who is from NMDPR, that's Nigerian Midstream. Yes, when we talk about the agency in charge of the midstream sector of the petroleum industry, they are in charge of that. Thank you so much for coming out here today.
Thank you.
You look great.
Prepared for the show.
Oh wow, you prepared for the show. So let's know why you chose to prepare for this show today. It's not just like any other event for you today. What makes it special for you?
Yes, special in so many ways. It appeals to me as I have my training and my background in communication and the information space. So basically, when I see a new vision bet like this, it scintillates me, it moves me to action. So it's special in so many ways. It's what we need at the moment. We need more and more outlets, information outlets, communication channels. You know, the media space before now was shrinking, but when we have events like this, simply shows there is future for information technology.
Wow, so that means that Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM is that ray of hope that Nigeria and Africa has been looking for in the media industry. It's great to know. Now, can you tell us some expectation that you have for Souq News TV and the Isle FM?
Yes, my expectation would be to see a unique medium that is uniquely its in so many regards. Now, the preponderance of things like artificial intelligence means that, look, we should be ready and be prepared for the consequences that comes with such evolution or revolution, if you like. And what I mean with this is that we need channels that are reliable, channels that you can refer to, mediums that you can vouch for in a generation, in an age where fake news, is the order of the day. You need channels that you can go back to in reference and say, until I hear from this medium, I'm not running to the market with, I'm not running to town with this. And I think my expectation is that that is a sort of medium that I'm looking forward to with regards to Souq television. You know, a reference point, a source material. Every time that you hear a news from somewhere or information from somewhere, I should be able to say, wait a minute, I will get back to you. Let me get back to my source base. And that's what Souq should represent. And I'm confident that with the caliber of people behind it, with the personnel, you know, and the facilitators behind this vision, one can smile to.
So you're looking forward to Souq News TV and being an authority that people can see. And once I get it from Souq News TV or then it means it's credible. You can take that.
Credible.
I can assure you would not disappoint in that at all because that's what we're doing already. And it can only get better.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade Victor Ononokono from the
NMDPR.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, guys. There's more to come, you know.
This next one is very powerful. Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. God is so great. So great. I'm not reading. I've never seen a man who wrote something like Jesus Christ. Do you know? Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. I don't know. Do you know? Ask somebody. So great, so great. I'm not reading. I've never seen a man who wrote something. Lift your hands, let me hear you sing for.
sing a song. So I save the best for last. I did actually save the best for last. You've been eager to see in person. You've been eager to have your screen graced with the presence of Madam Julie Coker. You do know that this official launch has been under her patronage. It's glad to see you. I feel so good sitting close to you. I always do whenever I have a chance to do that.
Always a pleasure.
It's great to see you looking so regal, like a queen.
That's the first time I've been described as a queen.
Oh, you've been a queen yourself. You know that.
So many other descriptions. And they fit very well, but this time I don't know. I love it though. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's really a great pleasure to be here. And in fact, it's my feeling is quite indescribable. Words, I cannot really put everything into words. It really goes beyond my wildest imagination. When I walked in here this morning, everywhere was transformed. I said, what?
You can say that again.
The TV station on the marina.
Yes, we are on the marina. And that's why we have the isle, 104.9. Because we're on the island.
Fantastic. Most stations are built way out of the city. When I first started in 1959, we were in an area where people couldn't even describe in Ibadan. But that's Ibadan is a long way from here. So let's talk about Lagos.
Oh yes.
So it's really very wonderful. The station had been going on for so long and performing creditably. So I first asked, why a new opening? Because it's been there for other people to see and watch and learn from and gain a lot of wonderful and brilliant ideas about how this country should be run properly. You always ask salient questions that things that are on people's minds, questions that agitate people's minds. You always put them across so succinctly. And I think that's one of the, foremost flagships of this station, having brilliant people behind it to work. And then at the helm of affairs is the most resilient, brilliant, visionary in the person of Ambassador Victor Walsh. And today everything has actually come to fruition for other people to come in and see the fantastic work of his hands. It's all by the special grace of God, of course. So we're delighted that people are able to come in and see, enjoy themselves. I wish the party could go on and on.
Oh yes.
People don't even want to go. You can still hear the music in the background.
We're here all day.
All day today.
It's going to be
let's
till
do
Mama
it all
calls.
over again. Once a week, let's get together and have a party. And that will bring in more people. And you can even bring the top people at the helm of affairs to come and dance their problems away.
Just to unwind, just to unwind.
It's not
That's
a
very
music
important.
channel, of course. It's much more business and talk about the economy and so many other things. But still, people want to let their heads down occasionally. You can see the way some of the engineers are dancing. So that to me is the spirit behind the man who actually is the brain behind the whole show.
And it's awesome to have you around. Some of us were not born at a time when you started practicing. So it's great to still practice with you, having you. You know, you're part of us right now. You're one of us. You are my most senior colleague. I feel excited and proud to say that.
It's a blessing.
Madam Julie Coker is my colleague, I can go out and just drop that.
It's really...
How does it feel for you still being in the practice and with Souq News TV and the Isle?
It's a job that I love. I mean, it's something that everybody loves to be in the picture. Everybody wants to be an inspiration to other people. But it's not easy to attain, that kind of quality in life. But sometimes God makes it possible. So I just say, my soul glorifies the Lord. And I believe that it's the Lord's own doing. You can't do it all your own. There are some people who are better talented, but who've never had the opportunity. So that's what we set out to do. Sometimes we go, scouting for new talents to make sure that people are able to realize their dreams. And that is what has brought me up this far at 85. I still wake up in the morning and I say, oh my God, I saw someone the other day. I wish that person was on TV. I wish that person has a message, but I wish that message could be passed on to other people. Even little children, you find that they also have brilliant ideas. I had a lovely Christmas video. It only lasted about 90 seconds. And the girl put the message across so brilliantly. All he said, I want to wish you all a very happy Christmas with all the joy. And she demonstrated her, with open arms, happiness and love, all in 30 seconds.
Wow.
I mean, I wanted to watch it over and over again. And that was how I learned in school, in St. Mary's Convent School, which is only a street away from here. Just to say, Homely Towns in Brunswick, taught by English nuns. And, the beat still goes on. The spirit is still there in so many people. So many talents are bound out there, like you, for instance. So I think you are one of the most brilliant discoveries of this channel.
Thank you very much. If you say that, that is so much an honor.
Well, television is really, so expensive to run. It's not easy. So when people come around here, they just stare in awe, total awe, and say, how can it be possible? Because before it was only government that was able to run TV channels, It was so capital intensive. Just one lamp alone is enough to build a house.
It's still very capital intensive, but
Yeah,
when you believe in a thing,
Yes.
you would put in all that is necessary
Right.
to achieve
So much
excellence.
sacrifice
At this
must have
point,
gone into
we
it.
must give kudos to the CEO, to the visionary of Family Watch Limited, owner of Souq News TV, and of course, the IL 104.9 FM for all that these platforms have. Come on, you've seen some pictures of them, but if you've seen it for real, you will know that, man, this is big. Now let me say it the Niger way, Omo, this is big. That whenever we get a chance to chat with you, we get into the trap of not wanting to leave. We've got to leave. And it's good
It's a
to know
pleasure.
that we
It's a
have you,
pleasure.
so we can have more chat with you at other times. But today is about dancing, it's about celebrating, because it is our official launch, and we have you here with us to pass on your wealth of experience.
They even
in the
played my
media
record.
industry.
You missed that.
Oh yes, your record. Yes, we have a lot to glean from you.
Thank
We're
you,
glad
my
that you
darling.
accepted to say, here am I. So whatever you want me to do, I recall you saying the day that you came on board officially to be part of us, to say, whatever you asked me to do, I would do. That was so touching because, it's humbling to see you do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you so
having
much for
me.
being
It's
part
a
of
pleasure
us.
for an old lady like me to sit behind such a lovely, beautiful
Oh,
young
you
lady.
were a beauty queen
Thank
yourself too. I remember.
The
Yeah,
grace
guys.
goes on and it will last in you for a very long time.
Amen.
I pray God for you and for those working in the organization, particularly for Ambassador Victor Walsh. May he grow from strength to strength.
Amen.
That's my prayer for him.
Amen.
And
All right,
last in the next
guys.
century.
I kept my words that I'm going to bring to you someone you would love to see on your screen. And that's her here, Madam Julie Coker. This event has been under her patronage, and she is still practicing. Oh yes, she's still a practicing journalist, with Souq News TV and the IL 104.9 FM. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much for having me.
This next one is very powerful. Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. No, I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. God is so great, so great. And every day, He does something. Hey, I've never seen a man who does something like Jesus Christ. Do you know? Do you know? I don't know. I believe in Jesus. No, I don't know. Do you know? Let me ask somebody. Ask somebody. So great, so great. And every day, He does something. I've never seen a man who does something like
Give it up for my beautiful ladies seated close to me right here. When we show up, ladies, we show up. You know, of course, that someone has shown. We don't just hurry out at all. We take our time to make sure that we are sparkling right in your face. Just the way Oluwatoyin Oki, who is a presenter, producer with one of the reputable stations in Nigeria, is radiating beauty. Nice to have you here, Oluwatoyin.
Thank you for having me.
You know, you could pass for a Hollywood star right now.
Oh,
'cause you look a
really?
million bucks.
Wow, I'm still on TV, so both can,
Of course,
can go.
of course. You know, it's actually very beautiful what you've done to say, I may be from a different platform, but if a media station is launching, that's one additional voice in the industry. Let's go there, celebrate that. Tell me about that.
Yes, of course, being in the media, we all know that we have different, aspects of the media. Some do English, some do Yoruba. Like I am an indigenous TV presenter. I started presenting on Orisun TV. We speak Yoruba, and last year I produced my own program for another platform, MultiChoice, and I'm happy to be here to share in today's joy with my boss and brother. We are from the same place, so he's my brother, he's my boss, he's a mentor, he's somebody that motivates you. Whenever I have the opportunity to sit with him, when he talks, there's a whole lot of wealth of knowledge that you can learn from, So I'm happy to be part of this, of today's event. I'm happy to be here because this is a milestone. This is a milestone, to launch a radio station and a TV station on the same day on the island in Lagos is a great milestone that he has achieved, and we're happy to be part of today's celebration.
Let's talk about indigenous broadcasting or indigenous media. For a very long time, it was as if media was telling stories the way the Western world wanted it to be told, in the language, in the form that they wanted. But it took people who were daring to say, we'll tell it the way we want to tell it. Like what you're doing is beautiful, telling stories in indigenous language that a lot of persons can relate with, a lot of persons in Nigeria and Africa can relate with. So because Yoruba language is not restricted to Nigeria alone, people from Benin Republic speak Yoruba, so it's the Yoruba nation. Things like that, selling Africa the way it should be.
Yeah.
And that's what Souq News TV, the IFM, is doing. How do you feel that this has become a force? Africans now embrace their identity and they're saying, this is who we are, we're going to tell a story right, and we're going to tell it with our faces, our voices, and the way that we will be proud of.
Well, being an African and being in the media, we have a whole lot of opportunity to speak out to our people. Not only just the opportunity, we have a lot of work to do because just like you have said, people are telling their stories the way they want people to hear about it. We as Africans, we have every responsibility as Africans to tell our stories the way we want people to hear it, especially in our own language. Because when we speak our language, it's different from English, different from other tribes. There might not be a lingua franca for the whole country, But I, being an indigenous presenter, when I speak Yoruba, I relate to my people, and my people understand me better. It's just a way of relating or reconciling back to your roots, to let people know that, okay, we have a place, we have a root, we have a culture, we have a language, and we are a people on our own. So we need to relate with our people, not necessarily all the time we speak English. So I'm also happy that the Isle FM and the Souq News TV, they are telling our stories the African way, whether we like it or not. Souq TV is located in Marina, in the heart of Lagos. And every faces I've seen here, they are Nigerian. So definitely, as we reach out to people, they are going to have some, you are going to see a mix of our cultural background in whatever we do. So I think Souq News and Isles FM, they are going to do a great job by, showcasing Africa to the world in our own way, or in their own way.
Thank you so much, Otoyoki, for being here. Collaboration is the word, partnership is the word that we preach here, and we're glad that you're here. Perhaps we could find a ground to collaborate, because together we can achieve so much more. And it's been great having you here.
Thank you very much. Thanks talking to you. Nice talking to you.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life, because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing, my personal choice too. because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this. You're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placement, napkins with fabrics like ashok and Adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. my core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, By the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education and that. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
I'm Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaya Kishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaya Kishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up on Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run with my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student in PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of my state, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian, Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Badejo, Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Radar Association, during the time of Fan Ndubuisi. So I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. You can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. After the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, savor the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we would put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that Messiah seen the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawadin Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then. And this man went to, she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in the hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. So shortly after that, he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is coastline settlements, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Omandra. Adam Omandra gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great grandmother, and she was left to take care of that place, but she was West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, the people she put in charge, the man she put in charge, had passed on, and his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court, and she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner. So Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. She had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first Bali of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoy. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali, and he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahimi was the first chief imam of Morocco, and his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Bali of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with NIPOST then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offspring. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her, and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of very the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been growing ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive there. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that death, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think positively for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State government, Sanwo-Olu, to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together, let us see what we have, let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can do the nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. You don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Maoko. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Maoko is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Maoko today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual people say no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Maoko, all the children in Maoko will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Maoko that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside. I see about Maoko. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, at the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money, they were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Maoko is not government land. Maoko is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? I belong to the Olaya family and not to any other family. Any tout any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and say, no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot grow overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. Well, the initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis, they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being harbored there. Before the next morning, the manager had been released. Apart from that, the police came back in the night around 2 a.m. and met those boys again robbing. So they fired them. I was told they killed about 5 of them who jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said he should go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of armed robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, will see you later. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were 2 DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Maogo, and yet the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba is late now. The Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekonbi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist then. I can't remember. I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by New Zealand. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice chairman, vice president of Catholic men organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves Otumbas, even taking the post of Oba or Bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. And I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, you said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is the person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon, nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they will come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. They take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country, because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that you come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
All right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering the Don Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of showing us more then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with Shodin Oshoemo. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shodin Oshoemo become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to your office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Don Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in a school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. Well, I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Miss Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for higher specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented. And I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor, as well as being an indigene in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutional, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted as a content creator to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the mass, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. Go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I don't put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. The African Film Festival, International Film Festival is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood, there's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of we don't want our child to marry a musician. Even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvests, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady, and I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back, did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with UAC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social. And currently, I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know, and let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, it's not, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. You know, when you provoke yourself unnecessarily, And the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line. You know you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company in industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they are all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. it is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you ensure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. The tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And then once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there, outside Nigeria, to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. is the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forever.
Welcome to News Hour on Souq News Television. I am Grace Komalafe. First, the headlines. NUPRC orders oil producers to prioritize supply to local refineries or face export permit revocation. Uganda launches trial vaccine amid growing outbreak. Arab leaders reject U.S. plan to displace Gaza Palestinians. Trump poses tariffs on Mexico, Canada. Trade tensions with China escalate. Thank you for joining us. Now we'll bring you the news in detail, starting with the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, as it has directed oil producers to comply with crude supply obligations for local refineries or risk losing export permits. The move follows complaints from refiners, including Dangote Refinery, over inadequate crude supply, threatening Nigeria's energy security. In a letter to oil companies, NUPRC Chief Executive Benga Komalafe warned that diverting crude means for domestic use violates the Petroleum Industry Act. The agency has now put strict enforcement measures in place. A recent industry meeting revealed tensions between producers and refiners, with both sides blaming each other for supply issues, while producers say refineries struggles to meet payment terms. Refiners claim oil companies prefer to export crude for higher profits. NUPRC says it will no longer tolerate violations and insist all changes to local crude supply must receive official approval. The price of premium motor spirit, PMS commonly known as petrol, has dropped to 925 naira per litre at private depots, marking a significant reduction from previous highs. This decline follows the decision by Dangote Petroleum Refinery to lower its ex-depot price from 950 naira to 890 naira per litre, a move that has prompted immediate price adjustment across the downstream sector. Most private depots have reduced their fuel loading prices, signaling a competitive shift in the market. Despite this reduction, retail pump price remain unchanged as marketers navigate the financial implications of selling products previously purchased at higher rates. The sudden price drop has placed some marketers in difficult position, particularly those who stocked up on fuel before the Dangote price adjustment. Data from Fuel Depot indicates that while price reductions have been widespread, affecting key distribution centers in Lagos, Warri and Calabar, the financial burden on marketers could be substantial, with debt running into millions of naira. Industry stakeholders believe that this development will gradually lead to reduced pump prices if regulatory bodies enforce compliance at retail stations. And our Nigerian pension fund asset value has reached 22.25 trillion naira as of November 2024, reflecting a 1.5% increase from 21.92 trillion naira in October. A recent report on the industry's portfolio revealed that 62.15% of the total funds, 13.83 trillion naira, are invested in federal government securities, making it the highest investment category. A breakdown of the investment shows that federal government bonds received the largest share, with 11.95 trillion naira in hold-to-maturity HTM bonds and 1.17 trillion naira in available-for-sale AFS bonds. Treasury bills account for 575.16 billion naira, while other investments include Souq bonds, green bonds, and agency bonds. Also, pension operators invested 2.1 trillion naira in domestic ordinary shares and 297.5 billion naira in foreign ordinary shares. Other significant allocations include 2.28 trillion naira in corporate debt securities, with major investment in corporate bond and infrastructure bonds. Money market instruments received 2.21 trillion naira, mainly in fixed deposits and commercial papers. Meanwhile, investments in mutual funds, infrastructure funds, real estate, and private equities totaled several hundred million naira, underscoring a diversified strategy in managing pension assets. And now the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has prolonged the temporary authorization for Bureau de Change (BDC) operators to purchase foreign exchange from authorized dealers until May 30, 2025. Now we'll take a break and return to more stories after now. Please stay with us.
You've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley.
Apologize for that break in transmission. Now we carry on News Hour. Nigeria's banking sector has successfully averted a major USSD service disruption, ensuring millions of customers continue accessing mobile banking services. This follows a significant repayment of the 160 billion naira debt owed to telecom operators, which had threatened to disconnect banks from the unstructured supplementary service data USSD platform. The Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC) had earlier issued a notice on January 15 warning that 9 banks face disconnection if they fail to clear their outstanding obligations by January 27. However, the intervention of regulators and swift action from the banks prevented service interruptions. The Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria, ALTON, confirmed that substantial payments had been made, de-escalating the crisis. The banks involved had accumulated debts since 2019 due to charges for using USSD services provided by telecom operators. The NCC and CBN have introduced a structured 3-phase repayment plan for banks to clear the remaining 250 billion naira debt. The first phase mandates banks to settle 60% of outstanding pre-API invoice by January 2, 2025, while the second and third phases required full repayment of pre-API and post-API invoices by July 2, 2025 and December 31, 2025, respectively. Now in Lagos State, the Internal Revenue Service says parents of SS3 students in public schools must present a tax clearance certificate to access free WAEC registration. According to Lagos Internal Revenue Service Executive Chairman Ayo Subair, the policy is not new and aligns with the law. He explained that tax revenue funds public services and that even informal sector earners can obtain a TCC by paying a presumptive tax of 10,100 naira. To ease the process, tax agents have been deployed to markets and schools, offering one-stop centers where parents can register and pay the installments. While some parents have raised concerns, LIRS insists that the policy promotes fairness and ensures residents contribute to the state's development. You are watching News Hour on Souq News Television. Now we take a short break and we'll return to a story relating to Nigeria and Uganda. Please stay with us. Glad to know you are still with us. In a bilateral move, Nigeria and Uganda have deepened trade relations, marking a key step in implementing the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFC) FTA. Uganda appointed Annie Bassi Eyo as its trade representative to Nigeria, paving the way for the country's first official shipment of goods to Nigeria. The export deal signed in December coincided with the launch of Uganda's AFC FTA implementation strategy and the commissioning of the Free Zones Export Facility at Entebbe Airport. Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni hailed the move as a catalyst for Africa's economic growth. The first shipment set for early 2025 includes coffee, tea, milk, fish, and pharmaceuticals. Museveni also thanked President Bola Tinubu for supporting Uganda's access to the Nigerian market and urged stronger intra-African trade. Still in Uganda, the country has started a trial vaccination program for the Ebola virus following the recent outbreak in the capital, Kampala. The number of confirmed cases has now risen to 3, all linked to a nurse who died last week. While there is no approved vaccine for this Sudan strain, the trial led by the Makerere Lung Institute could provide a key tool in combating future outbreaks. The World Health Organization confirms the trial targets the Sudan strain of Ebola, for which no approved vaccine currently exists. If successful, the vaccine could help combat further outbreaks. WHO has praised the initiative, calling it a significant step in global health security. Away from that, Dubai has announced plans for Themi Dubai, a $545 million, approximately 2 billion dirham mega resort that will feature the world's tallest well-being complex, an interactive park, and the largest indoor botanical garden globally. The project aligns with Dubai's Quality of Life Strategy 2033, launched under the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, aiming to position Dubai as the world's best place to live by enhancing environmental sustainability, urban biodiversity, and community well-being. Announcing the project, Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Crown Prince of Dubai, emphasized its role in sustainability and urban development. The development further cements Dubai's position as a global hub for luxury, wellness, and sustainable tourism. Moving on, 5 Arab foreign ministers and a top Palestinian official have formally opposed U.S. plans to relocate Palestinians from Gaza to Jordan and Egypt in a joint letter to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The letter, signed by ministers from Jordan, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, emerged after a meeting in Cairo over the weekend. Trump first floated the idea on January 25, calling it a possible, long or short-term solution. Critics has, however, condemned the proposal as ethnic cleansing, with Arab nations firmly rejecting the move. Moving on, the Indian Embassy in Abu Dhabi has announced plans to establish a unified Indian Consular Application Center, ICAC, with 14 branches across the UAE. The initiative aims to streamline consular services, reduce waiting times, and enhance efficiency for over 4 million Indian expatriates. Currently, BLS International handles passport and visa applications, while IVS Global Global manages document attestations. The new ICAC will consolidate these services into a single facility for improved accessibility and transparency. The centers will be located in Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Sharjah, Ajman, Fujairah, Kauba, among others. A tender has been reopened for service providers requiring a new website, real-time tracking, and a 30-minute processing time per application. Between 2022 and 2024, the embassy handled over 1.58 million transactions. The ICAC is expected to launch in second quarter 2025, reinforcing India's commitment to efficient consular services for its diaspora. And now let's take some time out and return with more business-related stories. Please stay with us. Welcome back. China has reiterated against the new U.S. tariffs by imposing levies of up to 15% on American coal, crude oil, LNG, farm equipment, and autos. The tariffs set to take effect on February 10 follow President Donald Trump's decision to slap a 10% tariff on all Chinese imports over concerns about illicit drug trafficking. Virgin also announced export controls on rare earth metals crucial for high-tech industries, while launching an anti-monopoly probe into Google and adding U.S. firms to its unreliable entities list. As tensions escalate, Trump has warned of further tariffs on China unless it curbs fentanyl export to the U.S. market reached swiftly. With crude oil prices falling and global stocks experiencing volatility, trade analysts caution that prolonged tariffs could disrupt supply chains and fuel economic uncertainty worldwide. And our Bank of Japan's Governor Kazuo Oda reaffirmed on Tuesday that the central bank will work to achieve 2% inflation on a sustained basis. The BOJ prioritizes underlying inflation, including temporary price spikes from fuel and fresh food, to gauge long-term trends. The 2% target, which was introduced in 2012, led to a massive stimulus under former Governor Haruhiko Kuroda. After exhausting that policy last year, the BOJ raised short-term interest rates to 0.5% in January, signaling confidence in stable inflation growth. Still in Japan, Japan's export of agricultural, forestry, and fishery products reached a record 1,507 million yen, which is equivalent to 7.9 billion naira in 2024. Sales record went up by 3.7% from the previous year, despite China's ban on Japanese seafood. The increase marked the 12th consecutive annual rise, with stronger demand from the U.S. and other Asian markets offsetting losses in China and Hong Kong. Beijing halted all Japanese seafood imports after Tokyo Electric Power began releasing treated Fukushima water waste in August 2023. While exports to China plunged 29.1%, shipments to the U.S. surged 17.8%, making America Japan's top export market for the first time in 2 decades. Moving ahead, U.S. President Donald Trump suspended a planned 25% tariff on Mexico and Canada, but not China, agreeing to a 30-day delay in exchange for stronger border and crime enforcement. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum pledged to crack down on immigration and drug smuggling. According to the agreement, Canada will enhance border security with new technology and personnel, while Mexico will deploy 10,000 National Guard troops to its northern border. Wrapping up, U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance is set to attend the Paris AI Summit next week, marking a significant diplomatic and technological engagement. The February 10 to 11 event will bring together top tech executives, government leaders, and policymakers from 18 nations to discuss the evolving challenges of artificial intelligence. The summit, to be co-hosted by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, aimed to serve as a wake-up call for Europe as it grapples with AI advancement dominated by the United States and China. Chinese Vice Premier, European Commission President, and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz will also be in attendance. However, it remains unclear whether ex-owner Elon Musk, whose AI firm XAI competes in the sector, will participate. The summit will address key concerns such as AI regulation, ethical governance, and technological competition, reinforcing Europe's role in shaping the future of artificial intelligence. And that's the news at 12 on Souq News Television. Many thanks for joining us. Don't forget, we are live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Thread, and X. I am Grace Komolafe. Good afternoon.
as the father of African literature. Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anienichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is Dijide Taiwo, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues and, just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last, 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeats entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the fight 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatever. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stop.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, that the showcase, everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that sleep. I was like, excuse me. Who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, "Who?" So he said, no, leave him alone.
leave him.
Don't go there." They knew exactly what they were
So
doing.
you're already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. So I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, with his crew and all that, and they went on stage and performed, and they sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. Funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, "Hey, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat." And I was like, "Excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. Get to know you and learn how the American market works." And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers, and they were like, they don't know. So he came back and said, "Yo, we just spoke with the organizer, and they said they don't fucking know who you are." Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, to come and, And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do, waiting being problem self. Into they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, I just went to the door and jammed the door, and the pilot was like, "Oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on." And I was like, "Yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. I know what would have happened." You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us they were artists in the plane. They told us they were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists.
Yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down, and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, "Idris, we're sorry. It was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to..." I was like, "No, man, I'm not doing that."
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I have to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right. Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to. I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we're just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals, to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time. The music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you're in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed it to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverishing Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the? I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that he was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Now today, that he had AIDS, when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth, just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria Jaga Jaga that you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much? Or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me.
Do you know that for a fact? Or
Are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we did for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. So my advice for individuals, never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents, see them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I don't go exile, Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside a rock. Them say I don't go make them again, them say I ain't got no gain. And this music I'm back again, take a head, do you want? Them say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. Them say they no give me show, they don't see how rude boy won't survive. They travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home, black and wicked and inside. For my friends will love me, I thank you well, Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely, I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jason said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth, that has given you everything? Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across the world?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Patu Tomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK, live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow, wow, wow. People are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meters collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when it got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried, I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, touch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately. Pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter. Poor man, they suffer. Bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Right. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and win.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe. you know, appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, you know, appreciate my brother Imoni, you know, that's when you know who are your friends, you know, that came out to show you love and support you, you know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was, right? At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how, now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, Idris, come and stay with me. Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, you're called.
People say that they hear from God,
it's for real.
Like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when he said it's time, and he tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Hamide, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, there's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house. So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music.
Wow.
I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they'll come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, how did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at the side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and said to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, you know. So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, what's it called? We need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboye at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboye, went to see Dr. Bamboye. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboye, and Dr. Bamboye was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
Just a regular patient.
regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that. He says, so what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. Said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bambowe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. say, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. Just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
Had no clue.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
that woke me up.
Mm.
So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And in India woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? Where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, because they've done her since.
Yeah.
So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me at the cry, at the shout, I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, So came to check us all for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain,
Oh, wow.
and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she's a godsend. From the day that I met her,
Right.
and my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is
Wasn't
not a
right.
good man?
That's a good
It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go.
That's a
If
good
you are a bad man, no woman will want to give you a kidney.
That's a good
And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much.
Right.
So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here and
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me his political activist. That's what He called me. Political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. Appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much. May Allah continue to bless you. Appreciate my wife and my children. Appreciate Kenny Ogungbe. Appreciate Chief Allen Oyema. Appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends. That came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow. By Dr. Bamboyi.
People who come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, he said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. Went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus. I was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. I wanted to tata at tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an undercar. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road,
Oh, that's true.
that's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So the wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano city. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. Ah, I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, which then I made it, I still keep those contacts.
We could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot clear opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he would erect a business dynasty that would span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globacom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornell, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornell expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a frontrunner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to cause closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil. And I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to Yuki Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glow was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recorded. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Oyeyimika Adeboye is one who comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. This daughter of a trailblazer began a career with Nigerian Bottling Company and broke barriers at Cadbury, an organization she joined as Finance and Strategy Director and rose to become the first female managing director. Let's explore the word of this amazing African business leader who's built a legacy of excellence, inspiring future generations of female leaders. Oyeyimika Adeboye comes from a lineage of entrepreneurs. Her father, Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, was a pioneer in Nigerian manufacturing and a role model for her business ambitions. Oyeyimika was born to late Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola, a foremost entrepreneur of his time. He was one of the pioneers of indigenous manufacturing in Nigeria, alongside the likes of Al-Hassan Dantata, the great-grandfather of business icon Aliko Dangote, and Louis Ojukwu, father of Odumegwu Ojukwu, the Biafran leader. Chief Timothy Adeola Odutola became the first president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria when the body was formed. As daughter to the man who created a multi-million-dollar conglomerate, including 3 factories, a realty franchise, a cattle ranch, a 5,000-acre plantation, a sawmill, an exporting business, as well as established Adeola Odutola College and Adeola Odutola Elementary School in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State. In addition to having a mother who was a very successful businesswoman, Oyeyimika was highly inspired towards business by her parents who served as role models. After her basic and secondary education, Adeboye earned a degree in economics and accountancy from the University College, Cardiff, Wales. In 1986, she qualified as a chartered accountant in the UK before returning to Nigeria in the 90s. She became a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales and a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Nigeria. She also got Executive Management Education Certification in Finance and Business Administration from the Institute of Management Development, Lausanne, Switzerland, between 2000 and 2007. Oyeyimika began a career outside the shores of Nigeria as an article clerk with a United Kingdom accounting practice. On returning to Nigeria in the 90s, Oyeyimika took up a job with the Nigerian accounting and tax practice of Arthur Addison and Co. for a couple of years. From there, she moved to Nigerian Bottling Company PLC in 1994, where she held the position of Finance Director and Chief Financial Officer for about 13 years. Returning to Nigeria from the United Kingdom proved a career-defining moment for Oyeyimika. She recalls the experience of a female English friend who worked in the UK as senior manager for many years, but didn't make partner at the same firm where other male managers were admitted into partnership. Among other reasons, the possibility of career limitation consequent on being female and black were good enough reasons to make Oyeyimika return home. In November 2008, Oyeyimika was headhunted to join the board of Cadbury West Africa as Finance and Strategy Director, West Africa, and a director on the board of Cadbury Ghana Limited. She was also a member of the Audit Committee of the company until October 19, 2016. She is a member of the Executive Management Committee and member of the Risk Assessment Committee of Cadbury Nigeria. She spent a total of 10 years and 7 months with Cadbury before being appointed as MD Cadbury Nigeria PLC in April 2019. She also became MD, Mondelez Cadbury West Africa. 2 months later, Mondelez International is the parent company of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. After consciously building a career in finance, strategy, and business administration, both in Nigeria and the United Kingdom, for over 2 decades, one can almost say that Oyeyimika had spent all the years preparing for the top. Her appointment as the MD CEO of Cadbury Nigeria PLC is a testament to the company's acknowledgement of fine talents. Position as the managing director of Cadbury Nigeria PLC. In April 2019, she was announced as the successor to Amir Shamsi. By this development, she became the first female MD of the company in its over 50 years of existence.
It's very important as you're growing your careers. You come here, you learn a lot, and this is a fantastic initiative, by the way. You come here, you learn a lot, and then you go out there and you're wondering what next. What I always say to people is don't limit yourself. You must never limit yourself. I gave you a statement. I said I'm a finance person. Today I'm a general manager. I did not learn general management in school. So whatever you're learning here, I'll call it a drop in your learning pool. Okay? You spend a year here, you learn something. Whatever you learn from here is a drop in your learning pool. Some things you will learn in life. You know where HR people, she's gone, I wish she was here. They always tell us that your development, 80% is in your hands, 20% is in your employer's hands. Your employer can do a lot for you, but all they do for you is really 20%. If you don't get up and do something for yourself, you cannot promote yourself and you will not grow your career.
Oyeyimika Adeboye sits on the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, named after her father. The foundation targets its philanthropic works towards providing educational, industrial, and technological development for Nigerian youths that may be unable to gain admission into tertiary institutions for their higher education. Adeboye is a member of the board of Odutola Holdings Limited, a family-owned group of companies. Oyeyimika also serves as the chairperson of the advisory board of Genesis House, a home for disadvantaged young women, which was set up by Freedom Foundation. She's a member of the board of the Parity in Income and Education Foundation. Just like Oyeyimika Adeboye was able to break the corporate glass ceiling as the first female MD of Cadbury Nigeria PLC, today, women are given the visibility and exposure that was probably not a priority in the past. While there is still a huge gap in the recognition and appointment of highly performing women into CEO roles, the trend is fast improving as organizations are intentionally taking steps to ensure that women get the opportunity to take on very senior roles. As part of her philanthropic work, Adeboye is a member of the board of trustees of YEO Foundation, which provides various initiatives to empower less privileged women. She also contributes her time to partner with Handmaidens WRLS, a Christian NGO which seeks to mentor and empower professional women along an ethical career path. Oyeyimika is a member of the board of trustees of the Timothy Adeola Odutola Foundation, a family-owned philanthropic foundation set up for the purpose of providing educational, industrial, and technological development of Nigerian youths who may be unable to gain access to higher education. For these accomplished women, only God comes before her family in the scale of priority. She enjoys running and spending time with her family over a sumptuous meal. Oyeyimika Adeboye's values are shaped by faith as a Christian. In an interview granted to Punch newspaper, Oyeyimika admits her faith-based values, which borders on integrity, is key to decisions she makes and work ethics.
Just do what you need to do and do it well, to your best, Mr. Oshika talked about it. to the best of your ability. Do your best. What do I want to say? Yes, I said, talked about it. I said, be ready to make sacrifices, but mindful of your priorities. I want to talk about priorities. As a Christian, and as a mother, as a wife, there's some things in my own life that I know are important. When you're talking about work-life balance, so many things would try to tear you apart. You have to have your priorities. So I took my priorities right. I said, in any decision, in any situation I face, I stick my finger out and I say 3 things. The first thing is my faith, my God. So if anything at work is going to take that away from me, I'm really willing to give up that work. And I say it boldly, that as a Christian, if I have to compromise my faith, then it's not worth it.
Growing up in a home with strict moral upbringing, she recounts her disciplinarian father never failing to apply the rod when it was necessary, as well as her mom. These values have shaped Oyeyemika's character and decision making. The journey of Oyeyemika exemplifies dedication, talent, and the importance of breaking barriers. She continues to inspire future generations of female leaders. There's never telling where this wonderful, amazing woman is going next as she continues to break corporate ceilings.
You are unable to understand why the Imo woman, Bayelsa man, Bayelsa woman will blow egg to chicken and chicken will cry. You are the one that don't understand it. You can't understand the science behind it. So what you should do is go and study how to understand it. That was why China closed their border for 25 years. Today, the Europeans and Americans that are trooping to China to study TCM, they are in droves. Today, Ayurveda is a full ministry in India. The Global Center for Traditional Medicine is in Gujarat, in India. It became 1 year in March this year. Because these people refused to be intimidated. They even want to scrape us so that we will not talk.
Because of the advent of drugs, hospitals, and modern technology, natural medicine in Nigeria have been relegated to the back for the longest of time in Nigeria. This situation has left Nigerians and Africans at large at the mercy of drugs produced abroad, as opposed to the effective, potent, and curing ability of leaves and roots. The Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency and natural medicine practitioners have partnered with Femi Walsh, owners of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM. The Memorandum of Understanding was signed at a meeting held between both parties on Wednesday, July 7, 2024 in Lagos. At the meeting, the Director General of the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje, welcomed the guests, saying that there is need to positively change the narrative of natural medicine in Nigeria, and by extension, Africa. According to Professor Emeje, Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 has the capacity to showcase the tremendous studies, research work, and products coming out of Nigeria to the world.
So I believe your coming on board is also at a very critical period. So that, yes, You know, when we talked about, when we talked the other time and you said that because of our activities, people will start saying they want to be DJ of that. Let them come and do. Yes, it is better for us to be known, to be lucrative, to be functional, so that people will compete to come and be DG, than for us to be obliterated. Do you understand? Because no matter how you do DG, you have expiry dates. You will go. But let the organization remain for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much.
Professor Emeje, responding on behalf of the president of Femi Wash Media, Ambassador Victor Oluwafemi Wash, the vice president of Femi Wash Media, Dr. Idahosa Osamanze, said, as Nigerians, we talk down on Nigeria a lot.
The beauty about what we're doing is that we also know that the end of post television is coming close to an end, because the Gen Zs, they don't watch too much of television, they are on their cell phone. And so we adopt the over-the-top technology as a company to distribute our content, both in Africa, Asia, and America. Yesterday, I was still talking to a friend of mine, I met him in Toronto, who's giving us an inroad into the Caribbean, where our brothers and sisters who were moved from this place.
Oh, yes.
So we show to the world what we are capable of doing, and this will attract attention of the world to the agency. I said to Prof the other day that I know that very soon people will be struggling to become DG of the agency. Now there's no budget in it, that's why people are not struggling.
Oh, yes.
But very soon budget will come to it.
Yes,
And then everybody can live in the center of good life. So it's a pleasure to partner with you and to see how to drive this vision that in the next 4 years, as Prof is still here.
Dr. Osamanze, in the presence of Souq News Television's Chief Responsibility Officer, Sam Orowuje, Business Manager Shade Uwe, and Chooks John Rogers, appreciated the NNMDA management and staff for a wonderful meeting that has signaled the beginning of a beautiful relationship in times to come.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru Umudin, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL, Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Inewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a Chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
Michael Adewale Onofuye. I'm a shepherd of the church called Celestial Church of Christ, White City Parish, reside in UK. I started the ministry right from my youth time, youth age. I was born into this church by my parents called Solomon Olayiwola Onofuye and my mother Alice Mimonat Onofuye. They gave back to me to the church, Celestial Church, and I went to primary school in Lagos, and I have my secondary school in Lagos as well. And after my secondary school, I went to a professional school, NCE, National Certificate of Education, in Lagos State College of Education. And after that, I went for my degree. I have my B.Ed, Bachelor in Education. I have my NCE as a professional teacher. Then I decided to travel down to UK in order to change my profession to law. But on getting down to Britain, God arrested me to carry his cross. So I carried the cross since 1985, and up to now, I'm working in the ministry as a shepherd of the church. And recently, I've just been promoted as the head of the prophets in UK and Northern Ireland houses within the fold of Celestial Church of Christ. And I'm still the shepherd of the church called White City Parish in UK, in Barking, in SS area. So, and at the same time, I love doing business. I'm into business, I'm an entrepreneur, and because why I went to business is I don't depend on church money, because the church money is meant for the church, and I have to have a living for myself. So that's why I went into business, different kind of business. You know, I learned that trade through my late parents, because I usually carry sell ogede around Fade area for them everywhere along the street while I was in Nigeria. You know, since from there I pick up an entrepreneurship. You know, so I've been doing that alongside with God's work, pastoral work. That's 38 years now. 38 years I've been leading the church. The one I established, which is Celestial Church of Christ, White City, is going to be 37 this year. Before then, when I got to Britain, I led a church. It's a Clapham Parish, Celestial Church of Christ, Clapham Parish. Before I left that to establish the one I'm leading, and I've started that since 1987, and up till now, I'm still in there. I'm still the shepherd of the church. You see, I've mentioned in my introduction, because I believe church money should stay with the church, and I believe I must have a living, because I have a family and I have to train my children, and because I don't want to delve, the church has got its own setup, and there are some pastors that do winners take all, but I don't believe in that. I believe I have got to work for my living. So that's why I'm from my background with my parents, especially my mom. There's all kind of trade I did with her. I sell banana, I sell rice, I sell so many things. I do street hawking in Nigeria, you know, all over everywhere. So from there I
have that initiative, I have that, it's been built in me. And because I love to do something in order to make ends meet. So that's why, but I got that from my parents because my dad was an accountant. Then he retired into business, selling books, supplier of books, he's a contractor. So I took that from my both parents, in order to be an entrepreneur. And because I believe you've got to work for your living, you don't have to rely on the church, you don't have to rely on anybody. You've got to be hardworking. Christ as well taught us to be hardworking. Christ was an entrepreneur as well. He taught us how to have a living, how to, like the fishermen. So you've got to, so I took that source from my parents. From them, I built on to that. You see, if as a pastor, as a shepherd, as a head of the church, to earn respect, you need to separate yourself from the church. I separate, and maybe that is what is still making me to be successful today, because I've got about 9 kids. Out of them, I've got five graduates who are PhD holders, and I pay their school fees. You see, so if I don't separate the church, yes, it's in the Bible that Levites don't. You have to feed with the church. You have to feed from the church. But my principle is, you've got to separate the church from your lifestyle. You've got to find. I depend on. I have the church. I'm on the salary, so the church has got a treasurer. The church has got an accountant. It's got a church financial secretary. I separate the church. So, and that's why I always tell my kids, if I'm no more today, don't think that position is hereditary. Don't think the position is hereditary. My position is not hereditary. If I'm no more, somebody else will take over, not my children, not one of them. That's why I took time to educate them very well, so that they can have their own source of living. I've got 5 of them who are PhD holder. 1 is in architecture, 1 is in journalism, 1 is in music, 1 is in the medical line. So I've got 1 is in media. They are all, they help my calling in the church. All areas of the church, we have the media. One of my daughter is she's the one heading the media. I have all the posters that I have. My daughter Ayotole, she's the one that designed all the posters of the church, my posters, all programs that I'm running. She's the one that, and I have a son. He's called Dr. Tosin. He's into music. He has PhD in music. He heads the music area of the church. So all my children are cut across areas of the church. But the principle is, we must walk out of the church, have a living out of the church, not feeding from the church. That earns me respect among the members. I derive from the work I'm doing because I enjoy helping others. I derive that fulfillment right from my youthful age, before my calling, even within my calling, after my calling, within my calling, I derive help others first. When you help others first, God will help you in between. I prefer to suffer myself in order to make people happy, so that their happiness is my fulfillment. Mankind happiness is my own fulfillment. If I go to church in the morning, I get to church 9 a.m. I don't leave the church until around 11 p.m. because I consult people, I counsel people, I pray for people, and my joy, the fulfillment is when they come back for testimony. Not to charge them, not to take any money from them, but when they testify to the glory of God. That's my fulfillment. And on top of that, then my family, the achievement of my children, is another thing. You see, all I've achieved, or my background, start from spiritual inspiration, God's inspiration. And when I was born, as I was told, my dad said they had a prophecy that I'm going to be a shepherd. But I did not rely on that. I went on education. I have my primary school, I have my secondary school, I have my diploma, I have my degree. So I did not rely on that. But because it's been prophesied that I'm going to carry the cross, after my service, youth service, then I'm in search of looking for a job. But I couldn't get a job. I end up working in the church, praying in the church, being a prophet in the church, just doing one thing or the other in the church. Then at one point in time, somebody came into the church and said, okay, why are you young man, why are you here? And he said, what do you do? I said, I'm a graduate. He said, are you a graduate? I said, yes. He said, okay, are you not looking for a job? I said, I'm looking for a job, but I haven't got anyone. He said, okay, I'll take you somewhere. There and then, they gave me an employment as a teacher before I left. So after that, because there is a prophecy of my life that I'm going to be a shepherd of, after all said and done, I don't know, maybe on a service day, I just realized that, I want to have an opportunity of going to Britain, travel out. Something just inspired me that why can't you go abroad? I said, how will I do it? I don't know how I'm going to do it. Then something came to my mind. I said, go and get a passport. I took his passport. That time, you don't need visa to go to Britain. So I took the passport. Then I said, okay, what do I want to do with this passport? I'm going to. Then something inspired me and said, there must be a Celestial Church in UK. I said, okay, let me go to our headquarters. I got to the headquarters. I said, I went to the head of the church there. I want to travel out, but I don't have anybody there. How can I do it? Then the Baba said, okay, if you can sleep in the church, I will get somebody to help you. Fortunately for me, the head of the UK just came down from London. So he introduced me to the Baba. The Baba said, what rank are you? I said, I'm superior William. He said, are you a prophet? I said, yes. Okay, one church will need you in UK. Then he said, I will give you a letter. He gave me a letter. Then I got the letter. I said, okay, what next for me? To buy tickets. Then that time, because I work in the church, I have so much money, so much with me to buy the ticket. So I bought the ticket. Don't forget, I've got the passport. With the ticket and the passport, I went to go and meet my dad. I said, Dad, I'm traveling. He said, when do you start planning this? I said, it's God's inspiration. Do you know anybody there? I said, no. But because I believe the Celestial Church is about love. And if it's about love, I believe wherever Celestial is, if you are there, they are there to help you. My dad said, okay, all right. Good luck. That was how I pick up my passport, pick up my luggage. I got to. That man, the Baba that helped me, the head of UK, said, he gave me a letter to one man called Baba Oke, the owner of that church. The first word I said, I was the shepherd before I established White City, Clapham Parish. So I got to the airport. When I got to the immigration office in UK, they said, who do you want to come and meet? I said, I want to come and meet Baba Oke. Okay, let us go and ring him whether he's expecting. He's not expecting me. But because it's been ordained, it's been destined that I'm going to be in UK, they went to go and call him. So of course I'm expecting him. Somebody I've known, I've not ever met him at all. So that was how I got into UK. It's miraculous. It's just instantaneously. And it's not something that I've planned for a long time, but because it's been destined, it's been prophesied, and God has ordained it that I'm going to be in UK. And before I traveled, after I've been given I'm going to travel, I went to about 7 parishes to go and do offering. So when you want to travel, you have to do offering. Thank God that God has made this journey possible. I went to 7 parishes to go and do offering. One of the prophets there, prophesied again. Don't forget I said I'm going to UK, not to work as a church worker, not to work as a pastor. I want to go out there because I'm a professional teacher. I want to change it to law. So that prophet said, I can see, after my offering, she took me out. It's a young prophet, a young prophetess. She took me and said, you are traveling to somewhere. I saw you in a people of white skin. You are traveling there, but God is making 7 promises for you. That when you get there, they're going to make you a shepherd of the head of the church. You're going to establish a church. You're going to work with white people. Those 7 promises, as soon as I got to Britain, start materializing. The week I got down there, I was made the leader of that church, Clapham Parish. Then I worked with white people. Then after about 3 years in Clapham Parish, God, through me, established White City Parish, of which I'm leading right now. And the rest 7 promises was fulfilled. So it's my traveling. All I will say is it's been God's ordained and willing. I love writing. And because I'm a teacher and I want to inspire people and let people know that with God everything is possible. And at the same time, if you see one of my possible, be an entrepreneur, be enterprising. Whatever you want to do, even as a pastor, even as a shepherd, you need to be enterprising. You need to inspire people. You need to get people to believe in themselves. And you need to find a way to be hardworking. Don't rely on what God has said. If God has said, if God has promised, you need to work on that God's promise. As James said, if you can, a Christian without, if you say you have faith without work, it's absolutely nothing. It doesn't work. So I have joy in writing and I'm inspired through the Holy Spirit. I've got about three or four books I've written in the past. I have Living Above Limitation, Power of Spirit, Spirit-Filled Life, and I've got Be an Entrepreneur, Be Enterprising. And the one I'm launching this Saturday is about 4. One is God's Word of Insurance is your sure word of assurance. God's words of assurance is your sure word of insurance. And what that means is when God assure you, when God promise, it's a fulfilling God. He's insured. It's just like somebody having a building. If you have an insurance on your building, of course, you're 100% sure. If anything happens, you have your insurance to back you. So that when you have God's word as of assurance, it's your sure word of insurance. If God says he's going to bless you, it's God's assurance. And take the word and work on it. That's one of my books. The other one, in follow-up of Living Above Limitation, it's War Against Limitation. It's a prayer book. It's a prayer book to help people discover themselves in spiritual attack, because this world is full of evil. This world is full of darkness, and you need prayer. You need a constant prayer to help. That's my second book. The other one is Maximizing of God's upon your life. Maximizing of God's divine upon your life. Then the other is 3. 1, God's word of assurance, your sure word of assurance. 2, living war against limitation. And the third one, maximizing of divine God upon your life. Then my son also wrote a book. The one there, The World Around Me, is a compilation of his stories of his life. Because something tragic happened to him when we came on holiday about 4 or 5 years ago. So, and I told him, put it as a story so that you can inspire people as well. So we are launching that as well on Saturday with him. So I'm excited because that book is to motivate people, is to inspire people, and to rekindle people's hope and faith in God and in humanity, and also to guide people and to help their prayer life. So these are my assignments for Saturday. Samuel Temidayo Onofuye. The world around me. How old? He's 11. Oh, of course. In his school, he belongs to Junior Writers Association. We are living in a perilous world. We are living in a wicked world. We are living in a world that is full of tragedy. And the only thing you need is prayer. Like I used to quote in the church, a prayerless person is a powerless person. If you are prayerful, you need to. You see, he said, in this world you will see tribulation, but be of good cheer because I've overcome the world. So we face all that we are facing in the world today is being predicted by Christ. It's going to happen. Famine is going to happen. Nation will rise up against nation. So many things. So, but yes, two people will be going, one will disappear. So a lot has been predicted by Christ in the Bible. And the only thing that you need is prayer. Without prayer, you cannot survive this evil world. And that's why I have written this book to people to discover that with Christ, the only way is Christ, and the only way is prayer. Yes, I'm not discriminating other religion, even Muslim, they pray as well. So the only sect that doesn't pray is the traditionalist. And you see even the traditionalists, when they give you anything, they will say, in the name of Orunmila. What is Orunmila? It's Olubentomala, and it's Christ. Christ is the way. So that is their own area, you see. So everybody believe in prayer. Everybody believe that Christ is the way, is the prayer. So that's what I am using the book to motivate people, to inspire people, to let them know, to discover themselves, to let them know that all things are possible. With prayer, we believe in God, and steadfastness in worship. There's nothing impossible with God. Believe in God, believe in prayer, and have belief in yourself. Have confidence in yourself. Speak out. When you don't speak out, people cannot know what is wrong with you. I have that slogan. I've drawn topics on that. Speak out. When you speak out and you seek help, speak out and seek help from family, from church, from God. Pray and believe. And also, don't think everything is over. It's not over until it's over. Once you have that belief and faith, you don't need to, you see, it's a sin in order for you to think all hope is lost. Hope is not lost. Once you are living and you are prayerful and you speak out and you talk out, all things will be possible. And pray at all times. Believe in yourself, discover yourself, but the most important thing is speak out, talk out, and seek for help. Where you don't need to seek for help somewhere else, but seek for help from God, from those you think will be of help to you. And that is the church. Pray and have that hope in Him. He will actually, there's nothing is impossible for God once you have that belief. If I can tell you so many experiences of life that in UK, as a shepherd, I had it for 15 years. I don't have papers, but because I believe that God one day, He promised. God never promised and don't fulfill. It's a God fulfilling is a covenant fulfilling God. Once you stay focused, you are prayerful, and speak out, talk out.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty. I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. But later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people were up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpea. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria, while worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trousse. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these 2 coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and after which he would have trained your players and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all these nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally. Having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a leveler, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing the connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibafon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Girigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Girigu Power PLC. Girigu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Girigu Power, sold down a Girigu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among a number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. He donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of this and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.